I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 61. And so the title I put for today is The Falling Empire of United States, because everything is going to shit. Gonzalo Lira, American citizen, is left for dead, and they're trying to impeach Trump. Biden is screwing up everything. Economy is poor. Everybody is standing up against the United States, and they still have no solutions against the Houthis. They can't control Israel, and they're losing the war in Ukraine, which they are trying to use as a proxy war against Russia. So I'm not sure what is going well for United States. I have no idea. So which makes me think of just now the lyrics of the Drakus song. It's like, I may just stand up against the system, because they may come for your brother and your sister, your mother and brother and whatnot. And what are you going to do about it? So, and when Gonzalo Lira died, that really feels put in some of this feeling in it, because although he's not my best friend, but like if one day they come for your best friend, what are you gonna do? So that is kind of ominous. So anyway, can you guys hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me. So you will find me a bit different today because I will be looking up higher because I installed some monitor arms. So I will be looking like this a lot of the time because now the elevation is a bit different. So cool. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link to join the open mic, and so I don't go into some kind of a monologue for no reasons, because no need for me to monologue when people can talk for me. Okay, stream. Yeah, let me paste the link. Okay, the link to join the open mic is now pinned in the live chat of the YouTube stream and also on Rumble. Let me refresh this. Okay, so the link has been dropped. Someone is in now. Prata is in. So, hi, Prata.
Hi, hello. Well, I'm too high.
I'm so sorry for the Europeans. I was very, very deep asleep. I was burnt out. So.
Oh yeah, it's okay, but it's a bit late. Yes, it is. It's midnight. No, actually, past midnight. We're now at Monday.
Yeah, it's totally Monday for me. It's like 7 a.m. now for me. Very Monday.
That's good. That's good. So you are very pessimistic today. The falling of the Empire. Gosh, that's hard. That's a hard one.
I don't know. It's just that a lot of things doesn't go well, and we are now in the American timing now. So I think it's the best we can talk about Americans. Because when it's more of a European timing, it's very boring to talk about the Americans.
We have so many problems of our own, right?
and it's actually it's also get very easy to get demonetized. Like we do have a number of streams. The moment we talk about like some American stuff, it got demonetized. So
okay.
It happens.
In a way, I agree with you. So if we look at what happened last Monday, when the first, sorry, it was not Monday, it was Thursday, when the South African appeal to the International Court of Justice was presented, and then on the next day, on the 12th, the Israel tried to justify it. I noticed something interesting. Well, first of all, of course, and I think everybody read that in the news, the South African case was very good, very well presented, very, very organized, quite breathtaking. And then we see the next day, we see the Israelis, and I'm surprised the Israelis went in a different way. And instead of really focusing on the most important thing, which was actually the intentional of genocide. So Israel is not being accused of genocide, it's accused of intents of genocide. And this is important to make the difference. Israel might be judged for genocide, but this is something that will happen afterwards. And the thing is that they focused, the judges were almost, the lawyers were almost all Americans or some British, and they focused too much on procedures, trying to explain why South Africa had no right to make that complaint at that time. And I think they lost the case, and that's why you saying that the American empire is falling, because now it will be very difficult to be by the side of Israel, being part of a genocide intent. It's too much. It's really hard to make with. I don't know how you guys see that. So we have good people inside today. I hope as well that some people respect other people's opinions. This is very important. Don't laugh at other people's opinions, otherwise you'll be seen as a clown.
Am I lagging?
Well, I think that
Mehdi.
Ryan may be incorrect on this. I'm not
seeing a failure of the American empire because there really wasn't an American empire.
Okay, Mandy, go on.
What I wanted to address was, Gonzalo Lira. Gonzalo Lira did not have to die. He was in a USA proxy prison. Understand, Ukraine is run by the United States. U.S. State Department, and there is a list of, and the Duran covered it, the father sending letter after letter to the U.S. State Department. They knew he was in there. They knew what condition he was in. And they could have had him removed at any time. And they didn't do it. And that is the U.S. citizens, ladies and gentlemen. That is, you start thinking about what your government is really there for you to do now. If it's going to allow you to rot because of your opinion in another country, where they know they can get you out of it because they're the ones that are controlling the prison you're in and paying for it. So this is getting me heated. I'm going to stop there. We'll move on. But I just
you have all the right, Mehdi. You are a West citizen. I think you have all the right. I think I was shocked as well because what America stands for as a big power, as a major power, as the most important big power of all them, and will continue for many years, is that they stand for their citizens wherever they are, whenever they find themselves, whatever they're for. And they have shown that in the past. They have shown that in the past so many times, and they failed these times. So it's like they are, it's strange. It's like the US just failed in one of the most important premise of being US as an empire, which is to stand for their citizens until the end. It doesn't, at least for human rights. So it's really strange.
Well, they didn't step in with a number of the people that are U.S. citizens who've been jailed in China.
No, they stand for them. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they are visiting them in the prisons. Well, I'm sure they are giving them legal counsel as much as they can. Oh, yeah. And they are watching if something happens bad to them.
Prada, there was just recently a female basketball player that was put in jail in Russia for breaking their law. Our U.S. State Department went absolutely ballistic to get that woman out. Why didn't they do anything for Lira at all? They didn't even mention it. They didn't even acknowledge it. See the level of representation Americans are getting. If you are political use to them, you will get represented. And they will use you for all you're worth. But if you're nothing to them, you're nothing to them. We, the people, do not matter to our government anymore.
I think there is something more graving. I think there is a small detail that is also very graving in this story, is that the father said that some people in the State Department had a problem with Gonzalo Lira, a personal problem with him. And this is even more disgusting if this is true, because the United States used to stand for law, for the rule of law, for impartiality. Everybody is in the front of law, everybody is equal. So this is what we would expect from the United States. If it is, and this accusation is so blunted, it has not been refused, it's even worse.
Brother, sorry, can you guys hear me? I think
yes, sure, go on.
Okay, wait. When you say the U.S. was what did you say? Like a beacon of human rights or something? When was this exactly?
I didn't say that.
They were an empire.
What did you say? What did you say? Like a freedom or something? What did you say?
So if the Americans, right, even if they do not practice,
when is this?
You want freedom, you come to Canada. You don't get it in the US.
I doubt it.
That's the American branding, you see. So even if they in reality do not practice it, because through the use of CIA or subversion or espionage, the image, the message that United States spreads to the world, that is what they are spreading. So That's why they are the representative of freedom and democracy, because no one else is actually literally doing it. Like, you know, the British, when they are in the British Empire, they aren't doing it. They're just colonial power. So the Americans are the only one that is pushing democracy around the world, be it for good or for bad. That's the thing. They put pressure on all the different countries to, you know, go towards democracy. So if you can disagree with their methods, you can think that, you know, these are all just, you know, evil empire trying to control the world, which is also probably true. But you see, that's what they are, you see. But today is a bit different. You see, when they say they support democracy, they are supporting the most corrupted state in the world. So yeah. But wow. Let me check out. Yeah, well, your laptop is very, very angry. But your laptop is like, we can hear the sound of the fan.
We can hear your laptop revving.
Can I make one request, guys? Please don't refer to people from the U.S. as Americans. They aren't. The term, and you can go look this up, Teddy Roosevelt wrote in his letters that basically, hey, we think it'd be a great idea to steal this name, so we're stealing it. We don't give a damn what anybody else thinks. And pardon me, but I don't like thieves.
It's too late. They already stolen it. That's what.
Yes.
Well, I'm just saying that you shouldn't honor them, should you?
But yet you support Ukraine that steals every fucking day. You're all up there, bud.
No.
And you support Russia that steals every day.
About Gonzalo Lira, this tragedy that happened to him and his family.
They ain't stealing from me.
Sarah Ashton Cirillo, she was involved. She testified in a court against him. She or he, whatever. He was really, really against Gonzalo Lira. Yeah, he testified against.
They ought to put a bounty on Sarah Ashton.
So
you got a bounty on the Bradley. You got a bounty on the M1. Put a bounty on that fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
The only thing I really know about Lira is he looked older than me.
When United States were deciding between transsexual and regular citizen, obviously they decided for the trans woman, whom they're gonna defend and protect. That will be something to think about. But it's very, very.
I'm sorry.
tragic.
Does anybody think that
she was really happy about him being imprisoned and suffering in jail? I read few of her texts on X and Telegram. Yeah, he was really happy.
About Wayne's comment that still any big power use their influence to make disadvantage deals. You can call it stealing. It is pretty much stealing, since the rules of fairness are most of the times due to the big powers' ability to pressure and make bad deals to others. Is actually it's the rule. So you saying, oh, Russia is stealing? No, everybody is stealing. The Americans are stealing the oil from the Syrians in northern Syria. Yeah, who's not stealing? Everybody is doing something that is
One, you're muted.
Okay, let me say regarding.
Hold up. What's Russia stealing from me? I live in America. The only motherfucker stealing from me is Zelensky. Russia don't steal nothing from me. Motherfucking Zelensky steals my fucking guns. He steals our tanks. He sells our ammo. He steals everything. Russia doesn't steal shit from me.
I think Vaughn would punch you in the face.
Ukraine wouldn't need that stuff if Russia hadn't done anything, would they?
I think Vaughn would punch you in the face.
Oh, yeah, they would have, because they would have set up a NATO base there, so then they would have just had a base there in so-called peace while the Ukrainians were selling our shit on the black market anyway. I mean, come on, dude. They were the most corrupt country in all of fucking Europe, if not the top 5 in the world before the SMO. They're a bunch of fucking thieves.
And the country that was more corrupt was Russia. Look it
They
up.
ain't
Russia's
stealing
more
from me. I don't
corrupt.
give a fuck if they
No,
steal
no,
from
sorry.
China. I don't
That's
give a
not
fuck
true.
if they steal from Kazakhstan. I don't give a fuck if they steal from Poland or Germany. That's their fucking problem. They ain't stealing from me. I ain't got no beef with them.
I think when you have really sometimes to look at your figures when you say that Russia has been conceived as a corrupt country, we have to take into attention, first of all, the measures of corruption are subjective. They don't go there and measure how much corruption there is. They ask people, do you feel there is corruption or not? So I must tell you
Brother,
that
you also have to ask yourself where this information is coming from. Because if the CNN is calling Russia corrupt, just be like, okay, and just move on.
Exactly.
Depends
And this
on
is
who's
very
listening.
interesting. No, you are right. You're right, Daniel.
Depends
You're
on
right,
who's
because
telling
these
you their
institutions,
Excuse me, but my data isn't from CNN.
these institutions that make these measurements, they are obviously a bit not impartial.
Yeah, like,
not a little bit. And the thing is that about corruption in Russia, the so-called little corruption has been disappearing from the everyday life of the Russians due to many reasons, but one of them is that the Russians nowadays can make almost everything in internet. There is no way they are going to give money to an official. It's not possible almost anymore. Of course, there is big corruption, sure, but as I said, the measurement of corruption is ask citizens, do you think there is a lot of corruption or not? And it is very interesting because Russia has started a very strong process. Actually, it started with the actual prime minister of Russia, which was the finance minister in the previous governments, and he started this program of informatizing everything. It was extremely successful. He's a very, very skilled man and very, very competent. That's why he was chosen for prime minister. And this guy, and what I was going to say is just that even if this was happening, these institutions that were classifying countries by corruption were putting every year Russia a little bit more corrupt, which is impressive.
But
and Ukraine, that never stopped being corrupt, was was always getting higher and not less corrupt. So it's
what number
impressive.
is the US? Because I really haven't seen a country in the planet that lost, I think, $3 trillion. And nobody can audit it. Like what the fuck? I'm just saying.
Dude. If you try to audit
first off,
that,
you're assuming. Hold on. Big assumption here. You're assuming that my information on Russian corruption is coming from the news media. My information on Russian corruption goes back 40 years from talking to people who used to be in the Russian, I should say, the Soviet military and the Warsaw Pact militaries.
Oh, come on,
yeah, but
please.
they don't exist anymore, so it doesn't matter. That's like that's like Newland cried about my relatives were killed 100 years ago by the Soviets. It's like, bitch, get in line. Who didn't get their fucking family killed by the Soviets fucking 100 years ago? I mean, God.
If I may,
we all know that the Soviet Union fell down because of corruption. We all know it's old story. Sorry.
If I may, I'm with Vaughn here. I don't care what happens in Turkey, China, Russia. Their corruption means nothing to me. I'm worried about the corruption in my own fucking country. All the other shit is just out the window. It doesn't matter to me as an American.
I'm a big boy. I know other governments are corrupt. It's not a surprise.
Excuse me, I got to turn the volume down a bit.
I mean, if my government's corrupt, well, then obviously every other government's corrupt, because why wouldn't they be? Politicians are scum. It doesn't matter if they're Chinese politicians or good old boy politician from Mississippi or a politician from some fucking village in Malaysia. They're all fucking looking to make a buck. Everybody knows that.
A little bit more complex than that. A little more complex than that, Vaughn. But the big issue is that while the mainstream Russian society may have changed, the military didn't.
But the U.S. military is incredibly corrupt, and
how would you know that? That's really interesting.
The dead on the battlefield in Ukraine would beg to differ that Russian army hasn't changed.
Yeah, it's really interesting. How would you know that corruption in the Russian military didn't change? And yes, there is some corruption,
Russian
and
Telegram channels? The
yeah, what
Russians
they
are telling me,
say.
for God's
Oh,
sakes.
Okay,
come
what they
on.
saying? Yeah, it's true. But what are they saying?
So how has it
Can you
affected the
explain what
grid
are
on
they
the map?
saying?
Let me ask this.
What's
How
the
has it
type of
affected the
corruption in Russian military? Can you explain, Wayne?
Sorry, I didn't hear
Can
the
you
first part.
explain? Can you explain what type of corruption is in the Russian military?
Oh, it's all across the line. You've got the generals at the top stealing money by placing orders with companies that are friends of theirs, and then the goods never arrive. You've
But
got
that
people
happens
down the line
everywhere.
saying, "Oh, hey, I've got some tires here I can sell, or I've
That's
got an
not
engine of a
corruption.
tank."
That's just business. That's not corruption.
That's
That's
not
just
really true.
business. That's just business. Like if my friend has a company
That's
and
not really true. That's type
well
of corruption in Iraq, Iran. That's
that's
not
just
happening
business.
in
Like
Russia.
let
It was
let me
happening in
say something here.
90s,
First,
but not anymore.
But
let me say.
Mr. Wayne, what does that
Hello.
legitimize?
I'm
Sorry.
trying to say something here. Please let me speak. Wayne, how can that corruption happen when ultimately almost all the contracts go to Rostec anyway? What can a general do? He can't influence what goes on in Rostec. That is the Russian Federation's own baby. So there is no contract for him to be able to influence. You know, and I'm still sorry, but once again,
unless
how is that corruption? Just hold on. How is that corruption influence
yeah, I
anything
want
going
to add to
on
what
the front?
Wayne is saying.
If I may finish, how does it influence the front lines that are going on? Because as far as I know, Russia's gaining ground, not losing it. So whatever the corruption is, it's obviously not really affecting the ability to Russia to win this war. Period.
Oh, it did very
I'm
much.
saying, like,
Can I
just to add to what
explain
Wayne is
now?
saying.
Let me
Sorry,
explain
just
what's going on. We have
yeah,
an
yeah.
issue here. Early on in the war, Russia was having massive problems with tires. Now, you guys may not have noticed it, but the tires were falling apart.
Oh gosh.
Well,
Oh gosh.
this is because they bought
I've
Chinese
heard the
tires rather
stories.
than the
I never
tires they were
saw the
supposed to buy.
I don't
In
think.
other words, there's a
I
lot of
think.
stuff that
I think
Rostec doesn't
Wayne.
supply. You've got food, you've got fuel, you've got all the sort of stuff that Rostec doesn't supply, and that stuff's wide open.
The
We
only
had boats that were
corruption
ordered for the
Wayne,
Northern Fleet that were
I
the
think
walls were designed for
the
ice.
only
you are
sorry, the only corruption you might
confusing.
say generals might have is they might sell some of the weapons to other people. Like that's literally it. Like they might get some weapons and put them in somebody else's hands who some people don't want to have those weapons. That's literally the limit of the corruption that generals can do. The companies are owned by the Russian government. The contracts are primarily led by the head of the government, which is Putin. Like the generals don't make those many decisions that you're saying.
Well,
I mean, the other thing is too, real quick.
What's
Let me go
Telegram
real quick.
channels
Let me go real quick.
complain about?
There's only one guy in Russia that sells weapons outside of the Russian government. That's Victor Bout. You think he's gonna have any competition when he's that close to Putin on the fucking side game on selling weapons? He's probably got it all locked down. If there's weapons being sold, they probably go through him. So everybody's getting a cut.
There's one type
Here's another thing. We're
complaints.
acting as if the Russian command is that fast and loose with all their equipment. Like they don't pay attention to it. Like the generals are not responsible for the inventory they're given. This is utter bullshit. It would be the same in the United States. They would sell. They have the same ability to sell equipment like a general does in the United States.
Yeah,
period.
it's the same.
Well, type of corruption that Telegram channels are talking about in Russian army lines is about giving excuses in their reports, officer reports. They are giving excuse for their failures. That's what the type of corruption they're talking about. Not about money corruption, like Wayne is just making up, but they calling corruption when the officers don't show up in a space where they're supposed to on a starting point, and they don't move in coordinated fashion with other units, then they make up excuses in their reports to give up to hide their mistakes. That's what type of corruption they complain about it. That's the only thing I've
And
heard.
it's the same everywhere.
I think
Corruption
it's
here is just
interesting to
normal.
notice because this on the beginning was a big thing that the propaganda was placing all the time. The Russian army is corrupt, so they're going to lose the war. It was a humiliating type of things, which I think the Russians didn't care much. There was some reports of corruption, but it's not really like corruption, but incompetence in many areas, which are probably very legitimate. And one of them was, for instance, the clothes for the soldiers, which seems to have been solved. The thing was there that they didn't have enough clothes for the soldiers, and the prices on the market. But this was also because military gear become really popular with the beginning of the military operation, and everybody was buying everything. And what happened was that the military didn't have enough to buy, and the fabrics were producing a lot, but they were not able to respond. If you look nowadays to the Russian soldiers, they look very well equipped. It's not so improvised like in the beginning. So I don't know. You guys would say the best. I think we completely lost the corruption line that we had in the beginning. It's over. And actually now we are talking about one of the most competent armies in the world. That everybody is
Nothing's happening in
of.
Russia that doesn't happen anywhere else. Like, it's just that simple.
Well,
want to address
like if
the
you go to
issue
what
about
you're, if you go, can I just? Oh, sorry.
So I want to address the issue, the Chinese whale thingy that we talk about. I went to search for the source. So it comes on the article of the week written by Peter Weber. So the former Pentagon staff and military history blogger basically said that because in the early part of the war, there are photos, and there are some photos of the pansier, the whale break and burst, maybe due to long term lack of usage, because rubber will degrade over time. So that is that. So that is normal because the military, because whales get spoiled and everything. But then the part where the Chinese whale comes from this Twitter account called Carl Mood, which was quoted by this writer. And this Carl Mood, and I go to the Twitter, he's a 17.2k follower account. He is from I also do not know who is he, man. He's a random person, as far as I can tell. He teaches at University of Chicago. That's all. He's not an expert in this kind of thing. Basically what happened is that they took a random comment, put it in an article, it's propagated all around the world, and then people think that it's real. That's what happened. So
yeah, I was just going to go to what Jur was saying a minute ago when he was talking about the type of corruption and the distinction. And I think that just kind of goes to the way you lose a little something in the translation. Yeah, obviously there's money corruption. Everybody has that. But he was talking about basically how these guys are getting called out for lying about their failures in not achieving the objectives. And that's a form of corruption. So it's like a translation thing. Because, I mean, I find it weird that the Russians, when they talk about a system, they call it a complex or something. They don't call it a plane or a helicopter or a radar or a SAM. It's like the new S-300 complex or something. So, that makes a lot of sense what Jur said too. It's like, there's the corruption, and then there's the corruption of the character and the morals, and, the officers lying and basically trying to cover their asses. Because, during a war, and, I would assume the Russian military is still fairly firm. If you ain't doing the job or you're fucking up, you're going to prison. You're not going to get an Article 15 and stuck in the barracks like you would in America for 45 days with half your pay. It's like probably, because if you do shit like that and get people killed or cause the failure of some kind of mission, Putin's the guy in charge. I would assume he's going to go old school on you for making Russia look bad. So, I mean, there's that incentive too. And that's why those guys are getting called out for lying, because, you know, they know what's up. If they get caught fucking up, they're done.
The story about the tires is also quite interesting, because it seems like in a few months after the war, there is not enough tires in the Russian market, and have to find new suppliers. The Chinese were coming to the market, and the Russians were still trying to bring up to work European.
Talking about civilian car market
in Russia.
Tires.
Again?
Are you talking about civilian car tires?
Yeah. And there was a big story on the news about civilian car tires for a long time. Well, the problem was that many fabrics that belonged to to Western companies closed down. So there was this period when they tried to open them again, and the Russian independent producers were not able to respond to the demand that the Chinese came in. And there was like this story about the Chinese tires being very bad quality and so on. And then someone just put it on the army, just pushed the story to the army.
Just imagining that those units in the first days actually traveled hundreds and thousands of kilometers across the Ukraine. And talking about tire problems is funny, right? There's probably occasional problems with actually the real problem was axle seals on wheels, not tires. It was seals that will, because of the sitting in warehouses for a long time, will get hard and leak the oil, and the axle will, you know, go dry and to use and just seal the, you know, lose the.
I mean, like, look at like what you're saying. Let's say the Russians pulled 2,000 Yaz trucks out of storage. You know, and let's say out of the 2,000 trucks, 100 of them had some bad tires and bad axles. And all of a sudden that turns into, oh, the Russian army's running out of tires and, you know, all their shit's dry rotted. It's like, you know, they're pulling massive amount of stuff out of storage. And like he's saying, this stuff's sitting there stored, things dry out, things don't get lubricated. Maybe the guy they hired to take care of it's a fuck off and don't do his job. Sorry, man.
Prata, you're muted.
You're muted, Prata.
No, I was just saying, wondering, where is Maddie? Maddie wanted to talk and disappeared. Well, it's trying to humiliate, and let's see. I remember when Prigozhin appeared on the scene. One of his typical topics was like saying, we don't have enough shells, we don't have enough this, we don't have enough that, you know, and he cleared something like these fair divers, like the Russian army doesn't have tires, doesn't have gear and so on, doesn't have good weapons and so on. And he kind of made the joke of it, a parody, if you guys remember. And the Western media was like, no words, wordless, and started just publishing what Prigozhin was saying, like those were the sent words.
Yeah, but one thing that Russians were hiding, why Prigozhin didn't have enough ammo, was actually found out later, after Prigozhin mutiny and everything. Russians were calling that period, Russian themselves, not Ukrainian, Russian themselves were calling that period autumn of fireworks, because in that autumn, when the Bakhmut operation started, was HIMARS became active, and because of the intelligence gathering, and then Russians were relaxed. Actually, many of their storages of ammunition went in flames, exploded. That's why they called it autumn of fireworks. But that was pretty big hidden secret, and that ended on a New Year's, when that 300 Russians were killed by a HIMARS hit.
Yeah, me and Jer were arguing about that yesterday in voice chat, and I kind of agree with him now. I mean, I kind of agree with you more. I just, like, you're talking about how it wasn't really talked about, and that's kind of why I was arguing with you, because I didn't really hear about a lot of HIMARS strikes, so that's why I wasn't thinking their ammo depots got hot, or hit that much. But then when you talk about the time of fire, what did you call it?
Autumn of fireworks.
Yeah, the autumn of fireworks. That makes sense. So, yeah, we talked about that yesterday, and if they were getting hit a lot more than it was being showed on Telegram and the news,
Yeah.
then that would make sense.
Which is why they had to buy ammo from North Korea. Yeah.
Well, we are still not sure about that. It's still propaganda.
Not sure.
Yeah, but they do are
So
buying
they have
from
pictures
other
of,
people.
have they had pictures of rounds with the North Korean markings on them?
Yeah.
I'm quite sure.
I mean, plus they talk about all the
by now.
I mean, plus they've already had satellite pictures of like huge train loads of stuff going to Russia. So I'm sure it's not rice.
Yeah, I posted in a main channel yesterday the picture from Russians. They set up the one Iranian shell, one North Korean, and one Russian shell. They posted it. Yeah, you saw it. Yeah, they posted it. What they are using. So Iranian, North Korean, and
I think we should take it. It's a very good, interesting moment.
Are they going to call
what
that
you're talking about? This autumn of fireworks, because it's the time.
I was just going to say, is that the BRICS barrage? North Korea, Iran.
But North Korea is not in BRICS.
Well, not
North
yet.
Korea is not in BRICS yet. Not yet.
Actually, this is a period where the Russians made a lot of mistakes, not taking care where they had their shells and so on, the deposits, the depots and so on. And I think, like Jordan was saying, probably this was a quite hard moment for the Russian army. And they had to learn, of course. They're still learning it today, because we saw again that boat being exploded in Crimea, which was probably still loaded with a lot of explosives. We saw also many depots exploding in Crimea, where actually they should have learned they have to hide them better. So if somewhere, well, the Ukrainians don't have satellites, they have to be getting this information from the West. So the Russians need to be aware that the West is really tracking everything, and it is actually bad news for them, even if they are learning how to disguise it better. I don't know if you guys watched the History Legend last video, which is very good, where he explains how the Russians started to make dummy trenches and hiding where exactly they have their personnel and their artillery shells and artillery and so on.
Yeah, I think the people who never went to military do not know how difficult it is to organize things. No, to just have a place to put your ammo is a big headache, because it's live ammo. It's very dangerous, and it need to be secured. It need to be protected. And then, you don't want random civilians to go in and just take a look. So, and then imagine now you have to spread it out across to uncountable number of places, and then you have to also think about how do you go to resupply, because now you spread it out. Then who is going to have all the places? Who is where, from which ammo dump are you going to provide the ammo? What ammo is in those different ammo dumps? It's a very, very huge logistical problem to be solved militarily. So it's very common, for people to just be lazy and just put everything together. And I think we see this even in the Ukrainian side. Almost 2 years into the war, we still get to see some very massive explosions somehow. And it's very unimaginable, because they should know better that the Russians, the moment they have any intel, here comes a cruise missile or a drone strike, and then we still see all these very big explosions. So it happens on both sides, because it's just so difficult. So you can just imagine your own stuff, in your own life, try to organize your own stuff. It's kind of crazy if you have to spread out everything. Imagine, opening 20 bank accounts to put all your money across 20 bank accounts. You'll go crazy, when you try to withdraw money. So don't talk about ammo dumps where you talk about hundreds of locations. So yeah.
But the most difficult thing is to hide it, because like in those warehouses you have hundreds and thousands of trucks coming in and taking out and driving it to the front line. That's so visible, right? If you have ISR capabilities, just like Americans have with satellites, every warehouse becomes visible. That's why they try to hide them in malls, in where there's a lot of traffic. They have to hide it in underground passages or anywhere and there's not many spaces that you can do that, right? They will try to hide them in big docking hangars, but he usually has to be by railroad, because that's how main logistics come in. And I was just recently reading that for those for each front out of 4 sections of the front, Ukrainian front, there's 25,000 tons daily. So for the whole front, it requires about 100,000 tons daily to be delivered. 100,000 tons daily.
So I think the issue about
food, water, heating, diesel, all the requirements, right? Ammunition, the replacement parts, all of it. 100,000 tons daily for the whole front.
So I think the issue about you mentioned about the convoys where they can be spotted easily and whatnot. I think this is the reason why, if you look at some of the Ukrainian drone strikes on these ammo trucks and whatnot, usually you only see one truck. So things are already a lot more granular now. They spread it out much more now. So you only see one truck moving, so that you don't get spotted that easily. And then when you got attacked, you don't lose that many. Because I believe, I didn't remember wrongly, is along the southern part of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, they have this convoy sitting there, and then they never expected a drone strike from the Ukrainians. And I think a lot of people died, a lot of ammunition got destroyed. Mehdi?
One thing I'd like to say, though, is that if you look at, Russian SOP, tactical movements are done at night, not during the day. And that's maybe part of the reason why we don't see it as much from them, is just because, Ukraine doesn't have that many thermal drones to be able to detect them. So we don't see the hits that maybe they are getting on them. You know what I mean? It is more granular. I totally agree, because you can no longer supply your troops the same way you used to in the daylight. Just can't happen. And the closer you get to the front, the more granular you got to break down to get into. You kind of almost got to saturate an area instead of just directly approach it nowadays. But at night, I think the Russians are making a lot of movement at night. We just don't see it. But,
another element that is very important in this war is people, the population, which by innocence gives up positions from the army, like just happened in Belgorod. It was a boy that filmed where the radars were, so the Ukrainians could hit them. They pinpointed it where there was. But there is also a lot of people making espionage in both sides. It's like there's Arestrovich said, there is many angry Ukrainians at the moment with that state that don't recognize in this state anymore, that feel they have been ostracized culturally, but also politically. And these people are willing to give up the positions of the Ukrainian army, where the Poles, where whatever they saw. We saw a lot of cases in Russia, like Euro was talking about trains. Trains is a mess in Russia. They keep derailing all the time because of sabotage. And there's little you can do because both sides, are too similar.
Another problem with transportation, actually, that they complain about the frontline units is evacuating the wounded. Now, they only possibility because of FPV drones and all those visibility. If it's clear weather, they have to wait for the night to evacuate wounded.
There is a lot
It's a
of
big issue,
there is a
big
lot of
issue, because
pictures
you have
of
four people have to carry a person from the front line itself where they fight to the, let's say, 1 or 2 kilometers where they can relax and take the vehicle. But it's they have to wait for the night to do that. That's what they complain about it, and that's why they started demanding those thermal blankets to be delivered, the anti-piercing covers, or what's called mattresses that cover the wounded, and some type of the electrically powered cart that will drive the wounded, so that only one person can do that. It doesn't require 4 people, which is a mass, very big target for the drone to hit, right? They won't bother so much with single person, but they will go for a 4 and 5 with a wounded one that they carry. So that's what they would like to have, the help in carrying like some kind of electrical powered cart. That's what they're demanding to, but this is a small thing for the officers to order, so they kind of complain about that too. There's a lot of complaint about that, because officers think more strategically, don't think tactically for every single. But yeah, and report, there's a corruption. They say corruption in reporting, because Putin was saying that wounded were evacuated within a half hour. But that's not true. They have to wait for the night.
There is also some
So if
really
someone
horrible
is
reports
wounded
of
at 7 o'clock in the morning, they have to wait whole day to evacuate them.
Yeah.
That's
There
what
is something-
FPV drones present.
There's something we have watched in Israel, and is repeating again with full scale in Ukraine, which is they targeting ambulance. It's actually a war crime, but it seems like now has become everyday thing. Nobody cares. You're all stunned. You
Nobody
guys.
is marking their ambulances anymore. Nobody is marking. They use inconspicuously not marked cars to evacuate cars.
I wonder how you know this to be true.
No, there are several pictures, videos of ambulance being targeted.
What
Donetsk
does that look like? You know,
it looks like an ambulance that got the shell from the top to the inside.
okay.
But the same in Israel. Ambulance were being targeted, and the Israelis were giving the excuse that Hamas
If you say that's what you saw, then okay, I believe you. Why not? You know,
you think it's made up? You think it's made up?
I think most things are made up. I think it's very, very difficult to tell the difference between the chaos of the battlefield and some deliberate nefarious action. And I don't think it's all that useful to believe everything that you hear. I mean, you know, the hospitals get hit by shells in war. That's absolutely certain, and that's going to happen even if everybody tries not to. But my point is, it's like, you know, we see a lot of grainy footage. We see a lot of things that could be lots of different things, and people like to attribute the most sensational meaning to it. I'd prefer to go the other way and assume that people are actually, you know, trying to fight wars as humanely as they can. But that's such a paradox, and given the chaos of the battlefield, that inevitably terrible things happen. Mehdi,
have we not seen examples though of that? I don't know. I won't speak for both sides, but I know there's been examples of things marked as ambulances transporting troops. Right there disqualifies. Once you see that your enemy's doing that, you're basically, they've just ruined any type of sanctuary that that vehicle will have, because now it's a legit target. It's transferring troops, not wounded people.
Yeah, that's what was happening in the beginning a lot. The Russians were showing a lot of ambulances delivering troops. There's a lot of videos that were happening, but consequences of all of that now is that nobody is using marked ambulances to evacuate the wounded. You cannot find a video of marked ambulances pulling out evacuating wounded for a year now. There's none.
There is the example where the Russians were really very mean, and I think it was the Lavrov that was talking about it, so I think it's true. They attacked an hotel in the center of Donetsk, and of course all the paratroopers and so on run to the local, and a few minutes later they struck again. And the critic was that they knew that this was becoming a kind of a phenomenon, because they knew that after hitting a special place, a very populated place, that the paratroopers would come and they would strike again just a few minutes, 10, 20 minutes later, because they knew they would be fooled out and they would maximize the victims. That's really mean, actually. But for such a high officials to be talking about it, they were really pissed off.
I don't think it's possible at such distances that missiles are fired to actually time every missile to hit at the same time. So
sounds pretty far out to me. Like I've watched people organize artillery strikes. It's I've never heard of that kind of level of nefarious planning behind it. Generally, if you can hit your target, you're doing pretty well, let alone, where would you get the intelligence and the timings for that kind of intelligence? That I don't know. I don't know. I'm not there. Maybe that goes on, but it just sounds like comic books.
In a city, that's to expect. In a city center, that is to expect.
Maybe artillery guys talk that way. Maybe they do. I don't know. I've never seen it. But
Toby,
I don't know. I'm not claiming to know. I just think it's.
What are you trying to say?
It's difficult to do that. That's what I'm saying. Even double tap to do it like that, like Prata explained, it's very difficult because they barely trying to hit specific spots in the first place, and then let alone twice. Artillery shots don't do that because you move the weapon whenever it fires, so it moves a little bit, so it's not the same spot. But with guided munition missiles, it's possible to do it, but it's with the ranges, it's difficult to match the timing when you fire a few missiles, especially because they take different trajectories in order to avoid air defense. The guided missiles taking different trajectories. It's so difficult to time like 2, 3, 5 missiles to do it at the same time. So there will be a timing between them. So people will construe it as intentional double tap. But here, during the war, there was cases when the enemy shell will hit in a spot where there's a lot of people crowded, civilians, right? And people will start talking that there was some spies that are calling in and telling them when to hit and where is the crowd to be hit. This is just, let me say, it's impossible to manage by artillery to hit exact spot. It just happened because they were shelling consistently thousands of, in some cities, thousands of shells per day. So it just happens by the chance, because there's so many things that where the people were gathered but nothing hit them. So sometimes it happens, but people out of anger create those stories like that, and present it.
Well, one thing we do know, the British came out recently with this very odd statement from Zelensky that the Brits and Ukraine are now in a united front, and Ukraine pledges to support Britain in conflicts. What did you all think of that? Like the thing that struck me about it, the thing that I wanted to know about it.
Toby, where the British forces going to come from to support them? I mean, what's the 3 brigades going to do?
No, well, I was thinking the other way.
Yeah, the joke is the other way around.
Oh yeah, no, that too. But
that's easier.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like, why would that happen? I wonder about that, right? Like, I wonder about British involvement in this. There's 2 things I want to note about that incident. One is how very British the Britain presence was, because it wasn't NATO, it wasn't Europe, it wasn't even Britain and America. It was Sunak there on his lonesome, right? But the other thing is, why are we talking about Britain as a belligerent in the conflict? What do they fear in other parts of the world? Because remember, Russia has global reach. So I wonder if maybe some British projects in other parts of the world have come under threat. And I wonder if Britain is now starting to think in terms of its defensive stance. So, for example, if you had a British client state in the Middle East, for example, that was facing a threat from, nations that are allied or supported by Russia. I just thought it was very interesting that there would be any context where Ukraine might offer Britain support. It's like it's got to make you wonder what the British are thinking about.
I think you
it's
are
a reaction
exactly the same.
To me,
I think you are talking
it's a reaction
about,
to
not
what
just the UK, is many other countries doing exactly the same thing. And you are right, especially because the super shot was about the seizure of Russian reserves. I do expect that if that happened, and they know there is a threat behind it, the Russians will not just confiscate access, they will take out of those countries assets in other countries as well. And what Toby is talking about is something I think we already talked with Vaughn somewhere about, is something that will happen, is probably already happening. There's been also sabotage of UK assets in other parts of the world, probably also Holland, Norway, and Denmark, because these countries are really pissed off in the last weeks.
Okay, if you remember that Britain was involved in preventing Ukraine to negotiate with Russia, they even denied it recently. It was such a pressure and accusation on UK and Boris Johnson that broke those negotiations. Well, to me, this agreement between UK and Ukraine is about reaction to what Putin said last time, and we were discussing it, how Putin was saying to Ukraine how only Russia can be a guarantee to Ukrainian wholeness, right? Being a whole state, because their friends, Western friends, want their Galicia, the Hungary wants the part, everyone wants Ukrainian pieces. So this is the reaction. Now the UK is offering guarantee to Ukraine of the wholeness, of protection, of being a whole. They are afraid that Ukraine might start negotiating, and they're offering, agreements on guarantees, even though they didn't give no guarantees, and Ukraine just a PR saying, "Oh, because that's more possible because they have a lot of soldiers that are just sitting
You
over
guys,
there in the western part
you
of
guys
Ukraine.
are so
They can
wrong.
send a
You
lot
guys
of
are so wrong.
soldiers to UK if need be."
Vaz, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
Me.
Speak, boss.
Yeah,
Yeah, you.
Vaz. Yeah, the black guy from Angola. You.
But just keep talking. I'll come to you guys in a minute.
Okay, you guys are. I think you
Hey,
guys
I
are
was
getting
gonna
all this
say,
wrong
hey,
because I
just
said this
remember,
almost a year
just
ago. Almost a year ago, when I said this, that this war is the British. This is what are pulling all the string along all these things. This is the British against Russian. Okay, I say that maybe, but most of you guys disagree that no, I was wrong when I say that because when you're watching this, see what is going on. British is the one that pulling everything here. They, in fact, everything's going on here. All this, they are the one that control everything in the world. Okay, it's not even United States. I said it back then. Say this is like animal farm. Okay, British is in Napoleon. American, United States is a boxer. Whatever British say, it must be right. If British say it, definitely it must be right. America is not the one that control the war. It's British. British put all the spring. This is like a British
no, no,
Mike,
no, they didn't.
Mike, have you ever
Hey,
fucking
Mike,
read
let me,
George Orwell? I swear to God, you got the
Mike,
fucking IQ of a fucking
Mike,
goldfish.
I
Mike,
agree, but I'm
Mike,
telling you,
Mike.
this is gonna come back to you.
Look, England ain't all in on saving Ukraine. They gave them 14 challengers. They took another 24 challengers last year and cut them up
That is,
into scrap.
this is
If they was all in, baby, they would have gave them all them tanks, but they didn't.
no, you
They
don't
gave
get
them 14 broke dick
Vaughn,
challengers and chopped
Vaughn,
up 24.
Vaughn, you don't get it. This is like animal kingdom. British is the one that pull all the string. Okay, you don't have to be the one that give everything out, but you pull the string. Okay, they control everything. Okay, they know how to manipulate every other
What is
countries.
Mike?
Okay,
What is
but
everything? What is everything?
because
That's all the things that aren't nothing.
like America, United States. Listen, United States is a boxer. Okay, if British say it must be right.
You are wrong.
Whatever British say, whatever MI6, MI5 say, America believe.
You are wrong. It's Ghana.
They
Ghana is behind
You know,
everything. It's Ghana. Ghana is behind everything. They have been comploting to do this. The British are just doing what their masters, the Ghanis, are telling them to do.
It would explain a lot, though. It would explain why America has gone so
Russia keep
woke.
listening to the way you
You know,
guys
it's
No,
are
because
I
the
think
British are
keep losing
controlling
the war.
them.
no, Toby, it's an interesting point. I think that Mike is explaining the lizard people taking over the planet.
Well, there's a
And
lot of evidence for
yeah,
this, I think.
there's a lot of evidence. Yeah. So,
But
Vaz, are you going to take this one or should I?
nah, you take it. This one.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
want to know
Mike.
what you're gonna say.
Everything you just said is absolutely ridiculous. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate the fucking humor, but I mean, we're trying to keep it IQ levels above room temperature. You know,
Right.
and that's in
I
Fahrenheit.
don't think that's sensible.
And but yeah, okay. Toby, if you have a rebuttal,
But
I'd love to. Glad
Well,
to
no,
hear
I
but
would like
I
to
do
hear
have
about the
kind
theory,
of rebuttal.
that the UK is controlling China. That seems like
What?
a really good way to go with
Yes,
this
if you
conversation.
guys don't get it, this is Napoleon trick. You guys do not get it.
Can I ask you a question?
You guys need
May I
to
ask a
live
question?
here
Imagine
for
the
just a
smaller boys
week.
in the
You
game.
Just a
talking
week,
about
please.
Napoleon? You talking about Napoleon
Just
Bonaparte or Napoleon Dynamite?
Napoleon from Birmingham.
If I may,
Have you?
let me ask a question.
Have you?
Let
Any of
me
you ever read the
ask
book
you
Animal
a
Farm before?
question. Let me ask you a direct question.
You're right.
How Britain influence anything when it doesn't have a freaking army to project any power? Everybody can just give them the middle
It does
finger.
have ideas.
So how can they control anything?
British,
I just said earlier.
British don't
This is Napoleon.
control it,
Okay.
but they do have ideas.
If you ever read the book
They
Animal
do
Farm,
have plans.
ever read the book Animal Farm, you will understand most of the thing I'm saying right here. You don't have to be the one that have all the mighty power. Okay.
But if you know how to
Can we
manipulate the
reel
whole
this
thing,
back into reality?
you
that is how
want,
Otherwise,
the game goes.
it's gonna
Mike,
just
Mike,
descend into
Mike, Mike, if
Wyatt,
you
It
want
might sound
propaganda,
please
stupid.
help us out. We
It
need
might
to
sound
reel this
stupid,
back into
believe me.
reality.
Mike,
Otherwise,
Mike,
Mhm.
if you want propaganda, yeah, the British, they definitely got it, because they British accent. I'm not gonna say British accent. I'm gonna say the English accent. When you watch that BBC, the way they speak, everyone in the world was like, wow, they speak clearly, they know what they're saying, and things like that. But trust me, that shit doesn't work in America. Everyone here in UK, they say one thing. Everyone here in UK, they say one thing. Why we keeping following this motherfucker like a fucking puppy? That's
Hold on right here.
the thing
Hold on. Let me ask
people
you
in
one
UK
question.
say.
Let me ask you one question here today. Let me answer me this question. Every war America has been to was led by British. Every war America been to was followed by British. Okay, that's first thing you have to understand.
Because they have the puppies.
What about
Look
the
at
War of
the Iraq.
Independence?
So the question.
Look at the Iraq. Look
yeah,
at
the war,
Iraq.
the
So
war
the
of
question-
1812. The War of 1812.
Mike,
The British were fucking
Mike.
behind that shit. That's absolutely right, Mike. The War of 1812. The British were behind
Mike,
that.
what
It
do you
wasn't for the
say?
fact that we had
Mike,
to.
what do
We
you
had to
say
go to
about
war
this
with
super
Britain.
chat?
This
Mike,
is
what do you
I'm
say
saying
about
here.
this super
Guys,
chat? Mike, what do you
Yeah,
say about
let's
super
let's
chat?
let's
About
talk about
confiscating
things,
this 300 billion from Russia? What do you think about that? How are they gonna do that? You have lots of ideas. You can
all
discuss that,
what's
right?
going on here. I know most of you might not believe. They might feel like, oh, this Michael guy might be so stupid, right? But if you listen carefully, see what's going on here clearly. If you could open your eyes and see clearly, then you could understand the whole thing clearly. Okay. The way I'm seeing, I don't think the way you guys are looking at it. I look in different point of view entirely. Okay.
Yeah,
This
we
is
noticed.
pretty
We noticed.
issue.
A very different point of view. We noticed that. Yeah.
Then you could understand that this is a game, right? And the winner right now, you don't have to be powerful, just know how to manipulate. Okay, if you can manipulate everybody else, they follow
Look,
you. They will think you are the most strongest.
Mike, the brains here are the US. The UK just plays around.
Nope.
The UK plays around and tries to play. Tries to
I've always
please the
suspected
master,
that
playing a
Mike,
bit
as I
hard.
said, I've been saying
I
that
know that
for a long
Toby,
time. I've been saying that for a long time.
Toby believes a lot. Okay, sorry. Go on, Vosh.
Yeah, I've been saying that for a long time. BBC is the attacking dogs for the West, and the American is taking advantage of that. Trust me. And the other attacking dogs is the CNN. Because the shit you watch in this channel when it comes to China or Russia is it's disgusting, trust me. Sometimes it's fucking disgusting. They don't treat these people like Romans. That shit is wrong.
I think it's very easy to find one single person to explain phenomena that have been appearing for at least 20, 30 years. Well, this war, it's not a decision just of Putin or the British elites. Yes, they are pissed off and they want to find a moment where they can also react. But these are processes that have been constructed for a long time, and trying to make this type of easy explanations doesn't help anybody to go further, because this you can read in BBC, just like Voz was saying. This is fair divers. This is a hobby. No, we are trying to do something more than that. So please, Mike, try to watch more than before the obvious, and then you will see this is our process. They have been starting for long.
Hold on there.
But there's some truth. There's some truth in what he's saying.
Hold on there.
Goes a bit towards the British elites.
There's some truth what he's saying about British. British have 300 years. British have 300 years of how to manipulate experience of how to manipulate colonies, while United States doesn't have that much experience. Okay. I noticed the British plans. They consistently the same. They do it with the agreement, with the help. They plan together with Americans. But I noticed the ideas are coming the same through the history of the colonies of British Empire, how they do it, and it really, they have
but
imagination. You can see the literature,
against
past
what
of
you're
the
saying is
imagination.
there is no British Empire anymore, and there hasn't been for a long time. So
Yeah,
basically, it's a moot
but they
point,
have ideas that they
No, I
share.
think,
Yeah,
I think
I have
ideas that they share.
we are
Mike
You
F
know,
has
remember,
talking
remember the
about
last, remember that guy who had a dream. Remember
what
that guy
is
who had a dream.
coincidence
His name
between the
Martin Luther King.
Americans
What happened to
and the
him?
British Empire.
No, see, this is what I'm about to say right now. Okay, you guys listen.
Oh,
Firstly, this is gonna be the most ridiculous thing you guys ever heard.
Mike,
Russia is
one
the
thing
killer
before
of
you begin.
democracy.
Before I forget, I want to ask
Can
you
we talk
one
about
question
something else,
before-
Mike?
Mike,
one thing.
Maybe,
One
maybe,
thing.
just
Let
a
me,
minute.
let me, I want to make a
seriously, hold
point.
up.
Give me 1 second.
Yours right. Go ahead.
Give me 1 second. So when they found out that Russia had disrupted and was into the communications of the U.S. government, between the U.S. government and UK, all the way up the chain of command, who flew to who? Did Washington fly to the Ukraine, or did to the UK, or did the British government fly to the United States? That
Okay.
Mike.
Okay,
Okay, no, real quick. I want to say something real quick.
Okay,
I just want to
let me
say,
respond back to that.
who gives a fuck about who's pulling the strings? There's a war in Ukraine. Krinky's being closed off.
Yes.
The Zaporizhzhia front's being abandoned. Robotny's being pushed out. Who gives a fuck who's fucking the evil mastermind behind how the war started? The fucking war's going on. Who gives a fuck about that shit?
Exactly.
There's pictures of M1 tanks around Kupiansk and shit like that, and we're here talking about who the fuck started the war 2 years ago. Who gives a fuck? It's already started.
Mike, as much as I love your bullshit, please let's
Good.
move
You know
on.
what? If you care so much, go watch the other 59 fucking open mics and figure it out.
To finish this discussion.
Now let's move on.
To finish
this is
this
done.
discussion.
Yes,
This
is done.
To finish
Yeah,
this
Prada,
discussion.
shut the fuck up.
Just finish
all right?
it.
We're moving on.
No, come on, be a bit more friendly.
No. I've had enough of bullshit like that.
And and Jordan are saying is a misleading argument, not for Jordan, but it's just the fact.
Yeah, product. We got it. We don't need your summation of it. We understand it. Okay. Product. We got it. We don't need your fucking summation. Relax. Get over yourself. You're not nearly as smart as you think you are. Jesus Christ. Anyway,
you're
Vaughn,
also a very offensive guy.
Yes, I'm extremely offensive, but I can do that because I got 30 IQ points on you. Anyway, Vaughn, you were talking about the current state of what's going on right now.
See anybody?
Okay,
let's talk about super chat.
Look, Mike. This is the kind of shit. Hey, Mike. Just so you know, this is the kind of shit we do. We always talk shit.
The more you think you are better than anybody, that's why the people always fall behind. Everybody are smart on their own.
Let's talk about super chat, Mike. Mike, what do you think about super chat?
The super chat is about this bullshit. Let's move on, please.
No, Vaughn, the floor is yours.
Let's start around get fucking Krinky and work our way up to Zaporizhzhia, then up to Donetsk, and let's work our way along the fucking front for fucking 5 minutes instead of talking about the fucking war that started 2 years ago and some secret king and the prince and all this other faggoty shit. We know the war started. I don't give a fuck who started. I don't give a fuck about the secret
meeting.
There's
just news about Ukraine down in 850.
Actually, one of the things I am sincerely curious about is the Russian equivalent of the AWACS that got shut down. I want to know if that's actually true or is it bullshit. I don't know if Vaughn has, assuming not Vaughn, I don't know if Wyatt has any intel on that. Is that true, or is it still completely rumored?
The last I heard is the A-50 was shot down and the crew was probably lost, which is a devastating loss for the Russians as far as that kind of equipment and the crew, especially the experience. And that the IL-22 supposedly was able to make an emergency landing. But
they were okay. They were able to make the landing.
I didn't know about the larger plane, the A-50 was shot down and everybody died. But the smaller ones supposedly was able to make an emergency landing, but that was hours ago, and I haven't heard anything new.
Wyatt, did you hear anything on this?
I haven't dig into anything Ukraine war the past like 24, 48 hours. So that's why there's no sit rep. So there's no.
By the way, Wyatt, nice haircut. By the way, props on that.
There's no haircut. This is just
This was
hairband.
the news.
Can I
This
ask
was
a
the
simple
news
question?
just before open mic started.
Yeah, I just wondered. I had a question posed in the lounge here. I got an answer from Wayne of all people, and the question was the question was because you know, one common problem that we have seen. You can hear me well, I hope, yeah. Okay, so one common problem like the advanced militaries are finding here is that the anti-missile and anti-drones that they can employ, they're very expensive compared to the cheap munitions that they are preventing. So this applies, of course, for the Yemen Houthis, the Israel Palestine, but especially here in the Ukraine. So I would be expecting at this point there be some. Hi, Alan. Do you guys know of any affordable ways to be countering this? Because what Wayne came with was an interceptor with 20mm cannons or something like that. A drone interceptor with 20mm cannons, but he didn't add any details. So, you know, do you guys know of anything?
I don't think there's anybody here that's any expertise to speak on that with extreme specifics. But I think if such a low-cost countermeasure existed, I believe it would have probably been employed by now because there is huge incentives to do so. But anyway, Alan is one of the people that spends his spare time because, well, he's a virgin, reading about. Well, no, he spends his spare time reading about Russian weapon systems, and you've admitted this on open mic, Alan. I'm not revealing any secrets here. So do you honestly know of any countermeasures to drones that would be quote unquote cost effective, or more, or actually the better phrase would be more cost effective than what's being employed now by either side?
Alan, are you there, Alan?
As much as I know, Alan messaged that he cannot speak or hear. So I will try to respond. There's a bullet drone detector. That's very successful. They say it can detect a drone or FPV drone, any type of drone, whole range of drones that it can detect and signal. Third version of that bullet is that can give information of what type of drone is actually approaching.
But can it take them down?
Okay, you need to, because the any electronics that can interfere with drones, it's actually it will heat up, and it will require a lot of energy to run. So you cannot run it 24/7. You need a bullet detector first to detect danger, and then engage the interruption electronics. Right? That's how they go about it.
EWAR to jam a drone would be the cheapest way to knock them out of the sky. If you can disrupt a drone's comms and navigation with an electrical signal, I mean, that's, you know, fractions of a cent. But as Euro said, you know, you need the hardware on the front line to do that. So you need a lot of kilowatts. You need your
you need a massive power supply, right? And you'd also need something that
you need your arrays to broadcast
right, exactly.
as well to jam the frequencies.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But that would be the cheap way to deal with the drone threat. And I think that's what we've seen as well. That's one of the reasons I believe that we're seeing static front lines, is because you're not just building a trench system, you're building power delivery systems for your EWAR arrays. Mehdi talked a while back, like 6 months, a year ago, Mehdi was talking about the Russian military doctrine and the way they do air defense in depth. And a lot of that is based around the power delivery systems for their radar and for their EWAR. The US has got very different doctrines because they're used to covering a lot of ground quickly and advancing very quickly. They project power forward very quickly. So the Russians maybe have like a bit of an advantage in terms of the EWAR because they plan around a more static doctrine. But I think that's the answer to the drone issue, is to have overwhelming power delivery and radar arrays and just, comprehensive e-war. Because if you blind a drone, it can't do anything. And I think that's the only reason the Russians have had drone superiority, is because they control the electronic bandwidth. I think the West could certainly stop Ukraine if Ukraine could keep them in the air.
Well, no, it's not. It's not just, no, I think what Toby was saying, it's not simply production numbers, because you could have 10,000 of them, but I mean, if you're overwhelming the electromagnetic spectrum in which they work on, they all become useless, right? It's like having 1,000 cars without any gasoline. It's kind of the same thing.
Well, there were stories a while back before the offensive that Ukraine was going to blitz with tens of thousands of drones. I remember seeing them. It never came to pass. And I think that's why, because you can put 10,000 drones in the air and they'll all fall out of the sky at the same time when they can't communicate anymore.
But friendly drones will do it
with what Toby's saying,
drones fall too.
I believe that. I think I remember Toby's talking about, because they actually made a little movie about all these drones flying into the Russian-held territory and all this. Again, before they try to do it, hey, let's advertise we're going to do it. Use all these drones.
Yeah.
Toby, sorry, he was wrong. The one with the drone superiority is Ukraine, not Russia. At this moment, is Ukraine. Ukraine have more drones.
Only in one spot.
And
only in one spot.
Huh?
Only in one spot. The Ukrainian have superiority, drone superiority.
No, Ukraine is
the rest of the front they don't.
Than Russia right now.
Mike,
and again,
you have
majority of
they show more videos about it. They show more videos. Yes, they publish more videos because all they care is PR, but they don't have superiority. But they show more videos. Yes.
Well, no. In fairness to Mike, I'm not sure who has more successful drone strikes. I don't know. Wyatt, have you read anything like that? I mean, this is your job.
It's it's equal. There is, as long as the drones fly out, it's very hard to shoot it down. So both sides are killing each other with drones. Who have more drones? Industrial wise, no, Russia have the capability to produce more, for sure. Ukraine, they are trying to produce, but the
Russians can build more because they still have their industrial capacity. But as far as I'm sincerely curious on this, because I don't know if anybody here can speak with authority on this. Who has?
It's probably more of a shortage of pilots.
Last week, one of the Ukrainian spokesmen said that they have quality drones, but they need quantity like Russia. So basically, Russia has more.
No, you're wrong.
So they need the quantity. They're not looking for quality.
But Mike, you have to decide if you're giving these explanations by wishful thinking, or you have really you research.
I have to agree with that. I'm not just saying this.
Still, I need for you to make a distinction between long range drones. Wait. Between long range drones and short range drones, the ones they use in the front and the ones that they shoot in target Lviv, Kharkiv, and so on, really very far away. And until now, we have seen these type of drones more on the side of Russia, definitely. Do you agree or you don't? Because I don't see drones.
No, I don't agree with what you are saying. This is what I'm trying to explain to you right now. See, when it comes to drones, right? That's three components you guys are missing in these drone things, right? Okay, the most important is camera. Second is the chips that control it. Okay, which Ukraine have advantage ahead of Russia, especially in the chips and the camera. Okay, both was manufactured in the West. Okay, yes, Russia are buying from China. Okay, and majority of what they are buying from China is taking long before they deliver to them. West are pumping this out like tomorrow is not coming.
China and Russia share border. They don't need to fly.
It's not about it. It's not about it.
Wait. There are two things you said there that aren't. We have actually been over a year ago talked about it. We have a person who actually worked with ships at Preshow to explain these things for us. And what he explained was, for example, the camera lenses that you're mentioning. they are not that important that you might think. It's not so much weight, it's not so much resolution, it's not so much ability and optics. All those things well within Russia's capability. The same for the chips as well. The chips do not have to be tiny like microphones. They are more than tiny enough for them to use in drones, for missiles and whatnot. As Atreyo very adequately explained it, when it comes to it's the function of the chip that matters. You can adapt it for any purpose. That's it. So the drone, if let's say the chip is a little bit bigger, well, you just make a little bit more space. That's it. No weight issues, no nothing. And so this thing about Russia not being able to make drones, this was a year ago or so. This was they're dependent on China and whatnot. But well, clearly they're not. And it's more an issue of us seeing really that their production is going to be catching up again, because we have seen that much of their advanced weaponaries have not been used consistently. Well, the same can go for the drones, and I'm pretty sure we will be seeing more of them. But trust me on this one, Mike. Russia has no problems making the drones. Rostec is investing quite a bit on that, so.
Yeah, and not just that.
Yeah,
Coping with
the quality
going
of the
on what you're
optics,
saying.
it's not so important. More important is the numbers that you have flying over the enemy territory and looking at a specific time, hitting to find the specific targets, right? If you have more drones, you have more time over the enemy territory to collect the info. The better optics helps you marginally, not much. Yes, there's a truth that because Ukrainians are desperate for the PR to show that they're invincible, they will release all the videos of the drones, all of them. That's why there's more of them in public space. But the Russians are not releasing them. They always try to hide their tactics, everything. They trying to hide what they do. So you see more activity.
It's not about the video.
You see it, not what's happening on the ground. I'm still talking. Yes, you're right that ingenuity of Ukrainians is way better than Russians, but that's mostly because they can predict how Russians behave to find them and to hit them. Because Russians are more relaxed than Ukrainians, because Ukrainians are desperate. So they have to think hard about what they do. Yes, they do have some ingenuity on how to use drones, but that doesn't help them because the numbers are obvious on a Russian side. Yes, and the Russians are always quickly copying what Ukrainians do, because they will always show their tactics or how they explain how they're better than Russians, and they will immediately show how they do it. So Russians will copy it immediately. So they're just slightly lagging behind Ukrainians, but it's definitely that Russians are way better of establishing the artillery dominance, which then what's actually happening is strategic artillery dominance over the area. Whoever achieves it, the other side has a lot of problems in order to be able to push their capabilities up front to be able to enable it. So once someone achieves the artillery, which is I would consider FPV drones as artillery, because that's what it replaces. Once they achieve artillery dominance in the area, it's really hard for the enemy to push it back and to reestablish them.
Okay, Vaughn, go ahead, please.
That's where
Vaughn,
it is.
Go ahead. Vaughn, go ahead.
Mehdi.
One is giving it to me.
I'm sorry, Mehdi, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I want to just interject this into this, because I actually had commented about this, is that we get a very skewed view of the success rate of drones. We don't see the failure rate. So we don't know how successful maybe Russian EW suppression of drones have actually been compared to the Ukrainian side. You know, what if you find out in the end only 15% of drones were actually successful at this period in the war?
Yeah.
Because it had developed so far. You know, it's going to be a constant race of technology you know, the countermeasure to the countermeasure to the countermeasure, and it's going to keep on happening. And that's the one thing is that let's, you know, I think we got to reel it back a little bit about the realistic capabilities and uses of drones. Not that they're not effective, they obviously are, but you know, on a real battlefield, how much are they actually controlling the action?
Well, they didn't help Ukraine win the counteroffensive, did it? So we can say with fair certainty that the drones did not work for Ukraine in the counteroffensive, because that was a big nothing.
And I think
the other thing too, bottom line. No, I was just going to say, I think that what it comes down to is who's going to put more pilots on the field to fly the drones. It doesn't matter how many you have if you don't have the pilots. And obviously, even if Ukraine has more drones, Russia obviously has the man pool depth to literally have thousands, if not tens of thousands of pilots on the field at some point. I mean, think about it. At some point, probably the next 5 or 10 years, they may have an entire division of just drone pilots that they just feed out to artillery units.
They have drones.
I mean, they're already,
schools.
I mean, think about it. They're building those orbital artillery brigades. And, you know, those are going to have the best drone coverage and stuff because of what they are.
The Russians established drone pilot schools. They already doing it for a long time. They have the pilot schools.
Last week I saw a report that Russia was actually introducing the Orlan, their spotter, their laser designated drone. They were distributing that to a much wider range of units. They're obviously developing that capability inside their military at a pretty serious rate. So they're putting a lot of training and effort into it.
You know what I want to see? I want to see them bring back the Shilka. I want to see them bring it back, give it a little bit of armor so it can survive on the front line a little bit, give it a better detection radar for drones, and let that bitch rip, because I love that thing. If you don't like
too much ammo,
the Shilka, you just don't have a soul.
It needs too much ammo. They say that they already have tactics how to take down drones, especially the big ones like Baba Yaga. They say you need thermal vision and the PKM. That's all you need. And there's many videos where they're taking them down because the motors will heat up and you will easily see them in the sky with the thermal imagers, and you shoot PKM against it and you'll take it down. Not a big issue, but every unit at the front line have to have prepared something like that to have PKM, and you don't need Shilka. Yeah, it will be good, but you cannot target with thermals through Shilka with Shilka, so that's a kind of issue.
That'd be fine.
Well, one have to recognize that from what the Russians didn't have any really drones, and they got some from the Iranians, and they have been improving their ability to hit further targets, better targets, and so on. So it's not that they were behind or whatever, and actually they're doing it with their own development, not just getting it almost for free from the West. And this needs to be recognized somehow. Now, also something that has been happening in the last times, and I think the Russians have to be more careful about it, is the fact that the Ukrainians have been able to hack some of the drones, especially cheap drones, and finding the pilots, like Ron was saying, that's very important. And they have been killing pilots of drones, which it's obviously a big hit.
So I wanted to add just now, because Mike has already dropped off, is that basic FPV drones are not that complicated. So he's I'm not sure what kind of drones that he's talking about, because if the Russians can create lenses, I'm quite sure they can create a lens or camera and whatnot that is needed. Small drones, they cannot buy China drone anymore because it's a security threat for the Ukrainians to buy Chinese drones. And then for the Russians, if they really need certain spare parts that they don't have, China, DJI actually is a Chinese company. So there shouldn't be the kind of production problems. And if you look at the basic suicide drones they use, it's very basic. I mean, the Houthis can create the tweak drones. So so it's not that complicated, So I just want to put this thing to rest, because almost every week Mike come on, he talks about Ukrainians have advanced more superior drones. It's like, yeah, I mean that repeats too many times. So anyway, we can change topic.
Yeah, please.
Wyatt. Sorry, Wyatt. I'm completely lost, so I might be off topic too many times, unless someone keeps me up to date. I was out for a bit.
Let's talk about Kenya.
Yo, hey boss. How are you? Ask your
Yeah,
questions. Ask your questions about Kenya, man.
Yeah, tell us about how the Kenyans are going to build fusion reactors before flush toilets.
Who said that? Is JS?
Yes.
Wait, okay. I didn't get that question. You said fusion reactors before what?
Flush toilets.
What makes you think you haven't built those yet?
Oh gosh, I know.
Yeah, crawl out of your tunnel.
We have fusion powered flush toilets already.
Yes. That's why everybody goes to Kenya for nuclear fission studies.
Well, that's awesome. Let's move on then.
Can I ask one question to Daniel regarding Kenya?
Keep going. What's up?
Yeah, Daniel, I just wanted to, there was this announcement made, but Kenya making travel to Kenya visa free. You only need a passport.
It's actually visa free for everyone now.
Yeah, but I've seen some on some of my feeds headlines like, oh, they're very disappointed about it, and I haven't really looked into it. There was something about they put in a price on it that people didn't like, but apparently, I don't know.
I think there was a problem because it was announced all of a sudden, and then some people didn't understand the details. And the obvious things when something is new, you show up, the details are not quite clear. So I think they're just ironing out the biggest thing they want to iron out is how do they capture your details before you get here, so that it just someone doesn't just show up out of nowhere and you don't know who they are and they're like, I'm here visa free. They were just ironing out the system for you to kind of it's almost like you schedule you're going to get here, and then they do some vetting, they do some normal vetting, and then you show up. I think some guys were showing up without doing anything. I think that was the major problem.
Because as far as I understood, it's supposed to be very, very convenient for people when they would just want to almost go on a hop-on trip. But then they found out that, okay, you have to kind of have a 3-day planning before you get down there and so forth. But, without hogging the open mic time, let's just say by the end of the year, I should come and visit Kenya.
They're just finishing up on the site for you to say, because you say I'm gonna come, then you give your details. I think they need to check the Interpol stuff so that you're not some drug dealer or some weird person coming in.
Yeah, it's almost as if Interpol would actually have all the intelligence of all the people in the world, so they could actually.
No, is this basic? Is this basic travel?
So is it kind of like all the people that are coming into the United States to the southern border? They're all getting their Interpol.
No. You actually come to the airport. You're given documents for that. It's just that you don't need the visa.
No, we give them documents too when they get here. We give them documents saying that, you can.
But they have to get there.
Yeah, but that's something different, John.
You come here as a tourist.
Anyway, New Age. Who are you? What were you before, and what did you do, and what did you think?
What did I wait? You asked way too many questions.
New Age. I said, who are you really? And what were you before?
Really?
What did you do? And what did you think?
No, it's not for you, Daniel. It's for
New Age. He's talking to the new guy.
Okay.
Daniel, keep up. Come on.
I'm from Congo, and I do can't really tell you what I do.
Basically he was here before anyway.
Yeah, I was here before, but my main job since I've been here in the US is the movement
you're in the US right now. So why'd you leave such a first world progressive country like the Congo?
We actually left because there was a war. There was an active war. The UN had kind of I will say, well, the situation with the ambassadors. I'm a son of a diplomat. We kind of knew that a war was on pending. We just didn't know when. So when the UN came in with the agreement of a peace treaty between the two governments in my country, that created a lot of rift, and subsequently it ended up in a war where a lot of people died. So we came here under my father diplomatic status, and we stay here since.
Wait,
Been
New
here
Age, is that recently or a while back?
No, that was in 2003 when the war kind of broke out.
Yeah, because I haven't had anything
I mean,
serious.
That was the second.
I like how
That
you
was the
said that.
second war in Congo, not the first
I
one,
like.
because the first one was in 1990.
I can't keep track of all the wars that they have in
But,
Sub-Saharan.
1996.
That's all they do.
both are
That's
the
all they
first
do is go to
the
war
first
there.
the first and the second was in the 90s, and but they have had the war, the conflict really never really ended. It's kind of been flaring
Yes,
up and down.
yeah,
So
never
I
ended.
think
Yeah.
I think the
in this
conflict is not really war. I think it's
so
like North
in this
Kivu. They have rebels and stuff. I think it's
so in
it's
this
primarily
so
North
Congo,
Kivu, right? New Age.
Congo
Manny,
is a very
Manny, put your
track
fucking
of
hand down.
American
You're
wars
not in
also,
school.
right?
If you speak
New
with
Age,
authority,
sorry.
people will
Is
listen
it
to you.
primarily North
Speak with
Kivu
authority, they will
all these
listen to you.
problems,
And
or
if
is
they
it the whole
don't,
country?
you tell them to shut the fuck up.
So what?
so I
You
had a
notice
question
that
for you guys.
you notice that
all
this,
American
that
wars
this
also,
worked
right?
as well. All I wanted to say was props to the gentleman for coming up and saying exactly what he was up front. I want to give you props to that, because if you kind of hit it, then people would think that you got like this ulterior motive. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, can I
I
ask your
just
opinion from
wanted
the
to say that I thought it was kind of funny when you said when the UN came, you knew it was time to leave, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give props to your parents. That's
When
some
the
smart
UN comes
motherfuckers.
in, run,
Shows up in
run.
time to get the fuck out of town. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
remember.
UN,
I
the
remember
UN
when
should
they
be.
came to my. I remember when they came to my country. You know, everything changed.
Yeah, so Vaz, you know, when the UN comes, you run.
Yes, that's true. That
Yes,
is true.
get
Look
the
what they
fuck
doing.
out.
Hey,
Look
you know,
what they
like that
doing
one
at the
guy
moment
said.
in Congo. Look what they doing at the moment in Congo. You know, and the thing is,
You know what they?
they use fucking African soldiers
You
as
know what they
the
say. If the UN
peacekeepers.
comes, hide your children, hide your wife.
Oh,
I think the UN brings a sense of
hold on a second. No, New Age,
stability and protection that
no, but
doesn't exist, and
New Age
many
can
of
speak
those.
on this with like real life experience. Like, you know, it's true, right? Maybe you don't want to admit it. I mean, you're coming here with your fake name, but your real face. Maybe you don't want to say it. But you know, whenever the UN shows up in Africa, or specifically Sub-Saharan Africa, you know you're fucked.
That's
So
true.
did you
It
guys
is
in the
really
end
that.
accept
It did happen.
that
It did
UN
happen in
plan?
many places. It happened also in Bosnia. The thing is that the UN, when it appears, they kind of bring a sense of stability that is not there, because they are not there to protect people. Really, they're just to give this sense. And what happens most of the time, it happened also in Lebanon and so on, is that the first moment there is a shoot, they fire, they go away. Many people
No,
died in
actually, the
Lebanon
UN
because
usually shows up. Especially in Congo, they kind of use their planes to fly out the minerals.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
That's primarily what
You
they do.
know,
That's like
you
But
know,
business.
you know.
hold on a
Tata.
second. No, Vaz, hold on a second. But isn't
Okay.
that what Africa is for? I mean, what purpose does Africa serve other than providing minerals to the first world?
So what is
Well, we can
so
say
what
the same
is
about you, because you're
what
not really
how it
helping
ended
much.
up in the end?
Well,
New Age. What
we can say the same
how
about
did the
you.
peace turn out? How the peace turned out to be? Was that after the war, was the plan accepted, UN plan accepted, or something new was agreed upon?
After the war, first we have to be able to understand that the Congo that I'm speaking of is Brazzaville, is not Kinshasa.
Oh yeah.
Still has been in power for nearly a century. But after the after the war basically happened and it stopped, it lasted for about 3 years. Nothing have been the same. The only thing I could say from information that I got from my fathers and my friends are still diplomats back then. We just set up a new region, not too far away from the Congo River. Far, I think it's west of it's been a while since I've been there, but they set up a new diamond mine because we have plenty of it. Not allowed, but 25% of it could be.
Anyway, you, if for the River Congo is east, you in Congo Brazzaville or Congo Kinshasa. Which Congo you from?
North.
I'm from Congo Brazzaville.
Brazzaville, that's
Congo
a different
Brazzaville, so east.
It's in the Atlantic
So
side
the
of
River Congo, that's the east, because
South or north?
We share the same in up north, and the Congo Kinshasa is west.
Oh,
the Congo Kinshasa is actually east because they joined the East Catalog of Africa with what's that country with
Gabon?
Not Gabon.
Uganda.
Uganda. There you go.
Uganda, Kenya. Uganda.
That's Congo
Well,
Kinshasa.
Coping knows a lot about it. He talks
New
a lot
Age.
about it.
Sorry, I'm saying New Age. Congo is part of the East African community, so that means all of us can travel. Like I can go to Congo and buy land, and it's mine forever and stuff like that.
That's true, but
until the next dictator takes over and he nationalizes it. But New Age, excuse my ignorance when it comes to the Congo. So, is there some sort of schism within there, like regionally or ethnically, or are all the Congolese? Are they do they see themselves as a unified people or not so? New Age, did you hear me?
It's gone.
Well, they have several tribes, but they're all Bantu.
I'm a bit confused. What Congo we talking about here? Because
there are two Congos.
One is west, another one is north.
One is really big. One's the big one, and then there's a tiny one.
The big one is the richest one. The big one is the
Congo.
one.
That's Congo Kinshasa, and then there's Congo Brazzaville. DRC actually.
Is this schism based on?
My country share border with both.
But my question is the schism just based on like a regional conflict? Is it based on resources? Is it based on religion? Is it based on perceived ethnicity?
Basically, it's not political. It's just to steal resources.
It's political. Like
Congo is not. Congo is not allowed to. Congo is not allowed to buy weapons.
Yeah, there's an embargo.
Well, they're getting them from somewhere, so I don't know what.
Yeah,
Congo is not allowed. Congo is not allowed to buy weapons, and if you go to Congo, you're gonna see the kind of weapons they have there. You know, all these weapons is from United Nations.
Like the Mexican.
You're not in school. If you have something to say it.
Boss, I will do what I do, John. You're not my boss. You're not my mama. So what I was going to say is that somebody in the chat brought up a good thing is that is the reason what's going on in Congo that it's such a shit show is because it's a tribal problem, or is it all political?
It's all political.
Is no, the thing is, the international media made it looks like it's a tribe problem, but it's not. It's not at all. It's not even that political, because the Western powers.
It's very political, and it is a little bit tribal too. I can tell you, but it is not.
That's the thing they made out to be.
Hold on a second. Okay. So then, Vaz, what is it then? I'm sincerely curious. What is it?
They try to make the country a mess so they can steal things. As an Angolan, I feel ashamed because my government was part of that mess.
Yeah. You guys were part of the war
in
South Africa.
You're still confusing which boss. He's from Brazzaville, not Kinshasa.
I'm talking about Congo Kinshasa.
Okay, that's the real
Yes.
trouble. That country,
Yes.
the trouble hits
Angola
their-
is the
its
Angola start
birds.
that problem. You know, we changed the when Mobutu was the president, we helped the coup. We put Kabila there, and Kabila was maybe acting crazy with the power. Before I'm the new king.
A little
because the guy-
bit. Yeah.
because Mobutu was the real king of Africa. Because Congo is a very rich country. Yes. And Kabila was acting up. So Angola went back there, killed Kabila, and put Kabila's son in the power. And ever since, Congo has never been the same. Too many United Nations peacekeepers keep coming.
Right,
coming.
and it never solves anything. But my question
And
was,
here
my
comes
question was
and
the
here
new
comes
age
the
people.
political. Here comes the political and semi-tribal one.
Right.
So
So
the
I guess
so-
my question was to New Age, because he's a son of a diplomat. Was that
We are talking about different countries. So
Right.
they were talking about Congo, Kinshasa, the Democratic Republic of Congo, like it's called Democratic Republic of Congo.
let me finish off the
New
Voster
Age is
first.
from Congo Brazzaville. Is it?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So Kabila found out actually one of the reasons that Congo never became the same since he came to power is because he lacked a whole lot of institutional experience as well as connections. So what he did was he had some other coup plotters who helped him from Rwanda and Uganda to help him fill in the ranks, but primarily from Rwanda. So fast forward a little bit, and now you will see that most of the conflict occurring in the East Congo, especially around the coltan mines, is tied to Rwanda, because Rwanda has no coltan mines at all, but they're one of the biggest exporters. Go figure. So now one of those who are stealing them are from the M23 tribes. And if I have, now here I might be mistaken, but this is where the semi-tribalistic part come in.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not mistaken, the M23 are kind of offshoots from the Rwandan civil war. And they have ended up.
Okay, what happened, Coping, is that there was already a tribe that was it's Africa is not divided along tribal lines. Like the British just kind of drew broad borders, so you can have a tribe that is in two countries. So in the case of Congo, you had some of the tribe in Congo and some of the tribe in Rwanda, so they were kind of like cousins and stuff. So the Rwanda part, when they were the ones behind the genocide, so when the government started attacking them, they kind of they moved from Rwanda into Congo, so they all fled there.
People always mention Rwanda and Uganda. You know how big is Congo in terms of space?
Congo is the size of the US.
And population.
It's the size of the US. 80 million people, man. It's huge.
The population. People always say Uganda is going to attack Congo, Rwanda is going to attack Congo. There is no way Rwanda and Uganda can take over Congo.
They can.
Congo is bigger than them together. And is, in terms of population, even bigger. But the thing is, these fucking Western countries keep giving guns to the rebels in East Congo so they can fight the Congolese. And they like...
Yeah.
So
that's like Hawaii. It's like Hawaii taking over the US.
Yeah. This is why the West don't want Congo to be allowed to buy. Congo don't allow to buy weapons.
Yes, thank
So
you.
they
I was about to get into that. Did you catch Felix Tshisekedi or whatever his last name is saying in his election campaign that if he got elected for another term, he would go to war with Rwanda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was being elected.
So back to the weapons, right? Because where did they get the weapons, right? This was brought up. They had an arms embargo, right? Well, China has provided them with the drones that they have struck with, and there have been footages of them attacking. And this is where you got confirmed also Rwandan troops on Congolese soil alongside with the M23 rebels, and they struck them with the artillery that was quite precise. They showed the footages of them firing from afar and hitting precisely in the trenches, exactly where the tents or wherever they had put up for the soldiers. So they had gotten some fairly decent equipment. Now, I'm not sure how much it is, but they have been carrying out offensive, and the fighting in the area has been quite, they've been carrying out strikes in Rwanda as well, as far as I know, maybe even not Uganda, maybe, but definitely Rwanda. So, and all this, I should just so we have a global context, all this got a massive uptick as soon as this Israel-Palestine thing happened. And this happens, just notice, every time this Israel-Palestine thing happens and the media goes all over that, it tends to be, this is so predictable, you see, that there are quite a lot of other power players around the world that would increase the uptake of violence whenever that violence in the Middle East occurs with Israel-Palestine. Same with the Sudan. The SAF, for example, were not willing to expend their political capital to call out the RSF or the Janjaweeds for their overt genocide on in the West Sudan. And one of the reasons was because they knew they would be drowned out completely in the media thing that's going on right now. So they're holding it off. So it's just like putting and mention it there, just because I think it's kind of connected.
I wanted to bring up one thing about Congo that a lot of people don't, maybe that we need to connect this a little bit back to Ukraine, because I believe it was through Ukraine that Congo was getting weapons from the United States, because we would send to the Ukraine weapons would then Zelensky and crew would say, well, we have, what do you call it? Now we have a surplus of them, and they would take them and sell them off to the third country. Look into that. There was something about that I was reading about.
Yes.
In the beginning. So just be aware of that.
Yes, I know what you mean, Mehdi. There is something, in Congo. You're gonna see a lot of people flying the Wagner flag. And you ask yourself, why?
They love Russia.
Love Russia. They do. They got no connection with Russia, but they do, because they're tired of what the West is doing in there. Anyway, Prata, you will say something in chat, please. Can you say that for everyone?
Well, I think the Congo Kinshasa Republic Democratic of Congo, or before the name it was Zaire. This country is it was even for many other countries in Africa created so artificially that it has huge problems. First of all, it has not really connections with the old parts that coexist together, and it's a country that actually should have split it a long time ago. There is very little connection with many of these parts. And we're also talking about Rwanda. Rwanda obviously is a very tiny country that is actually growing a lot and needs resources, and needs population, needs market, and we're going to try to take a part of it, because the Democratic Republic of Congo is a failed state, and we'll have to split somewhere in time.
I disagree, Prata. I disagree. It's not a failed state. It's not a failed state at all.
Let me actually correct you, because I actually live near it, and we have a lot of Congolese here. 90% of the stuff we hear about Congo, you'd be surprised just how wrong you are. Like,
yeah, sure.
Let me give you an example. Like, you did not know that the population was 80 million people.
It's more.
It's more than 80 now.
Yeah, but the
problem is almost 1,000.
Did you say
80
million?
Yeah, it's almost 1,000.
You guys, you breed like gremlins in a pool. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Come on, JS, don't be like
It's
that.
a huge country. It's actually not much. It's
Yeah,
really
it's one
huge
of the biggest
country.
countries in the world.
Like what?
It's not just.
But you
Well,
can't
there's
even
300
feed
million
the people.
people. There's 300 million in the US.
People?
Was there 300 million people in the US? Did they manufacture you, or did you breed too?
No, they import foreigners. They import foreigners.
The average European descendant family in the United States has only 1.9 children per family. How many people are you having in the Congo? My God, did you say 80 freaking million?
Yeah.
My God, and the United States is so resource rich. We have all the food and energy to feed all the people that we have, and you guys have nothing.
I don't remember the
This discussion is completely useless.
Whatever resource you have in USA, Congo go double. Whatever resource you go in USA, Congo double.
Congo has $25 trillion of untapped resources. $25 trillion.
Yes, but Daniel, the problem with Congo is you do have a center. The country was never able to really create a national identity because this is a problem with all African countries. They were created and there was all these people with very different. Well, you're from Kenya, you know, your country is, if in terms of culture, it's a mess because people, they don't have nothing to do with each other. They are together and they have to create an identity of Kenyans to get together, a national identity. I don't think Congo developed it. One of the big reasons is because the connections between the different parts, it's a huge country, and the connections with different parts, especially the north, northeast, where the Rwanda is, or in the south, south, where is already Zambia. These are very different cultural parts, and they don't have connection with themselves. And the state, even in the time of Mobutu, was not strong enough to create that sense of national identity. That, for instance, one of the strongest is Angolans in Africa. They have a very strong, they have also very different peoples together. Well, they're all Bantu, most of them, but they have a very strong national identity. They were very successful in the post-colonial era to create that identity.
Prata,
the thing about Congo
we
is
speak
that,
the same language, you know, Congo and
but also Prata, you're forgetting that
and
Congo
Angola.
is not. Sorry, boss. Congo is not like it's a federation. You get like the federal states that kind of like split off, like Ethiopia. So that might actually help in the long run. That might actually help. I get the division between the peoples. Like it's like Africa was not allowed to develop like Ethiopia because Ethiopia is very homogeneous because like it's thousands of years old. No, it's actually pretty homogeneous. They have some tiny clan issues, but they're more homogeneous than the rest of Africa because they actually
Okay,
develop.
we got.
No, they have.
By the way, Daniel,
We got a new guy, Gareth. We got a new guy, Gareth. Why don't we let him introduce himself?
Hi, Gareth.
Hi there. Hi there.
Tell us where you're from. Give us some info. Introduce yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, Gareth, who were you really, and what were you before? What did you do? What do you think?
I live in London at the moment. I grew up in South Africa under apartheid, which is pertinent at the moment. And I am a Marxist revolutionary.
I'm suspecting you're English descent, not Dutch.
Correct.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, hey, Gareth. Gareth, I have a questions about South Africa. I'll ask you later.
One of those liberals. Jesus Christ.
Yo, Gareth, I have some questions about Africa. South Africa. I'll ask you later, but let's not interrupt. I think Woz was saying something.
Yeah, the population of Congo is just under 100 million.
Wow,
it's just under. You know, basically it's 100 million. I think it's 1990 something million the population. It's one of the biggest population countries in Africa.
Yeah, next to Egypt and Ethiopia.
Martin, what do you think?
They can't even feed their people. Or why do they keep having so many kids? What the fuck?
The same way United States is doing, Jeff.
Let me reply to that. The way to reduce the number.
Babies, how did you make your babies?
The way to reduce the number of children per woman is to give people a better standard of living. When people are poor, their children are their insurance in the future. They're their pension, they're their sick pay, they are the fund that you bank on. So it is logical that people in poor environments have lots of children. It is an intelligent response to the circumstances that they find themselves in.
It's not an intelligent response. It is what they call an evolutionary adaptation, but it only works in a third world situation, and it actually has negative returns the more you reinforce it.
I don't think people even control that.
Can do,
but you should look at Israel.
Well, it actually is. I mean, fuck, I'm not even finished what I was saying. What the fuck? And obviously, Africa is a prime example of this. The more children that they have, the more starving that they do, and also it leads to a lower amount of parental investment in each child that they have, because they almost, as you said, they look at them almost as disposable, and that is a biological fact.
Well, I think
not a disagreement.
I personally think.
The solution.
Let me just answer. I personally think I don't think the parental problem is just in Congo, because you seem to have a lot of it. That thing was also it's not unique to the Congo, dude. You seem to have needed a lot of it.
Well,
Okay, well,
where
you
else
know,
do we
hey,
have
guess what? Bad
I
parent,
can guarantee,
bad
John.
parent,
I can guarantee you
bad
that there's
parent. No, no,
homeless.
bad parenting. Hey, here, let's get this over with real quick. Corruption's everywhere in the world. Bad parenting's everywhere in the world. Now let's fucking move on to some more shit about the war or something. Besides some stupid ass
Yeah.
philosophical shit about
Amen.
parenting.
This is
Amen.
black hole.
Goddamn
Praise
Black hole.
ridiculous. Is
Jesus.
this
Hey,
fucking
Praise
this
Jesus.
fucking
Yeah, he is.
Oprah or is this DPA?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what can the
Average
Russians
dude
do?
wasn't.
What
So I
can
wanted to
the
ask
Russians
Gareth
do
something.
to
I wanted to ask
accelerate the
Gareth
victory
something about
in
the
what can the
Ukraine
Russians
war.
do to accelerate the victory in Ukraine? Let's go around the Prada. You're first. You're in the upper left-hand quadrant. What can the Russians do to accelerate the victory in Ukraine, in your opinion?
No, I think anybody that wants can jump in.
Yo, okay.
Coping. You're next.
They won't, because they don't need to. The longer they're holding the West down in Ukraine, the more they can build up their war industry, which are having in a much greater pace. So I think they're just going to be holding the Ukrainians while they are slowly but gradually grabbing influence around the world and pushing off the West and so forth wherever they can. So that's what I think.
Vaz.
Yes, what I think is they don't, like Coping said, they don't need to rush to anything. They just need to keep doing what they're doing. And I think the thing they're doing is drive the West. And the West is gonna be like fucked up. They're not gonna have enough power to help Ukraine. So Ukraine just gonna have to say, okay, Putin, we're done. We
Well,
need
Vaz,
you.
I got another question for you. Do you think that the current conflict in Gaza helps, hurts, or is neutral to the Ukrainians' defense level against Russia?
I don't think these two wars is connected, you know. I just think what happened in Gaza is United States trying to keep Israel where they are, so United States can have power around the Middle East. And if that was continues in Middle East, means United States is not gonna have the power to help two countries. And we can see that now because since that war started, everything stopped coming for Ukraine. So it's less. And you saw that last week, a small country like Lithuania gave the same amount as the United States to Ukraine, you know. 200 million means United States can do both wars. And I don't know why your country is doing at the moment because they're starting another conflict. I don't think they can do it with Iran. It's gonna be a big mess. This is where
now we got
I get
Yemen,
scared.
and
This is where I get scared. This is where I get scared. A weak United States is a fucked up for the world. I don't want that.
Not
United
really.
States got nukes. United States got nukes, and they go a lot of lunatics there.
Yeah, we were actually talking with
if
Vaughn
they get
yesterday.
weaker, they're gonna start shit.
Yeah, we were actually
And
talking
that's
with
not
Vaughn yesterday about it. If the US gets weaker, it's gonna lash out, and we don't know where it's gonna start. Like it's gonna fuck up a lot of people.
Daniel, I absolutely agree. Vaughn, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. The Russian.
I think the Russians should keep grinding away like they are, but also at the same time, they should increase bombing infrastructure. They should really focus on Kiev, Lviv. I would start dropping bridges behind the city of Lviv. I would target power generation more, water more. At this point, I would be wanting to make the Ukrainian people suffer as much as possible so that the troops at the front know that their families back home are suffering and not safe. I wouldn't target civilians specifically, but I would do everything I could to make life as miserable as possible for the Ukrainians while I continue to kill their sons and dads.
Yeah, but isn't that hold on a second though? Isn't that like you said you wouldn't bomb civilians, but I mean, if you're cutting off their power,
well, I mean, I wouldn't bomb them on purpose, but if they die because there's no water and heat, that's not my fucking problem. They're Nazis, so fuck them. They killed Gonzalo Lira, fuck them.
You're starting to sound like you're even more hardcore than the Israelis.
So, new age. I'd love to hear your thoughts, if you have any, on how or if the Russians can increase the level of success in the Ukrainian war.
You're muted, dude. You're muted, dude. Think you're muted, New Age.
So someone is not muted.
We can't hear you. I don't know if you
know.
So
someone is
muted.
muted.
He's not muted. Just he doesn't have his mic on. He's not muted on the app, but he doesn't have his mic on.
Yep. Gareth, can you talk a bit more about yourself? Because I don't think that you really introduced much before this cut.
Well, hold on. Before we get to Gareth, can we just ask the average dude your thoughts on?
No. I want to hear the Gareth introduction.
Okay.
You can go Gareth first. No problem.
Okay. So as I mentioned, I grew up in South Africa under apartheid. I left the country in the early 90s to avoid being conscripted into the SADF. I came to London, where I hooked up.
Join the Liberal Party, and you're like pro-trans, and
hey, let him talk. Let him talk.
No, it's much worse than that. I'm a revolutionary Marxist, a Trotskyist specifically. Of course, I'm pro-trans because that's what the science shows. I've been engaged with street politics for about 20 years or so, and I'm engaged with some political parties at the moment. I don't know. Is there anything I'm an IT guy. I used to work for a company called Nortel Networks for a while. That sort of thing.
Well, no, Gareth, welcome to DPA, and Wyatt can put you in our private DPA Telegram chat if you're interested. In the private chat, don't put it in the public chat. Put it in the private chat, your email address, and you can join us, and we have all sorts of very interesting discussions. But I am curious.
Is my mic working?
Actually, now it's working.
Gareth, what?
No, we were staring at you, New Age, and like you were.
How long were you talking for?
No, actually, the question I actually had for you, because
sorry, I didn't catch you.
Vaughn was getting upset, and he wanted us to like circle it back to the Russia-Ukraine war, because ultimately that's kind of what this channel was about. And my question had been, in your opinion, what do you think the Russians could do if you were looking at this purely from the Russians' perspective? What could they do to win the war or win the war quicker?
Well, three things.
I study war strategy a bit, but I would like to say that this war is already at its end. The rest over that we're seeing is just I guess you would say the geopolitics between the EU nations that are trying to get their share of the part of Ukraine once every single thing comes to an end. But I believe what Russia is doing right now is what they will keep doing until they reach their goal, which I believe will be past the Donbass region. But I don't see anything else that they could really do to improve their strategy outcome. And at this time, it's like you wait for the dead horse to come to its end. There's no need to keep pushing. And I believe Putin and all his military advisors probably are telling him the same thing. Just wait until Ukraine will finally fall. And subsequently, it probably will happen within the next 5 years. And this long will be quite drawn out. I could see this going all the way to 2031. Well, that's all I have to say.
Okay, interesting.
Can I have a go at the questions?
I'm sorry.
No, we're asking how you improve does Russia improve its chances in Ukraine or otherwise?
Can I have a go?
Yeah. Sure.
If I were the Russians, I would do three things. I would open another front in the north or the northeast, either from Belarus or from Belgorod. We've already seen reports of DRGs operating in the Suman region, but nothing seems to have come of it particularly. But that would certainly force the Ukrainians to thin their lines in order to deal with a new thrust. Second, they can double down on their drone war program, which is what I believe they are doing. There was a report a while back that the Russians have placed an order for a number of drones that amount to 1 drone per 5 troops, which is quite substantial. And the drones have been very effective in dealing with the trench problem, which has been bedeviled everyone since the start of the war. And I don't see that anybody who yet has a real counter to the FPV drones. I think that's going to be the next questions. And the third thing that they could do is that they could use one of their nuclear torpedoes to delete an American carrier task group.
No, stop. You got to get the channel canceled talking like that.
Okay. You done got it.
Well, that's an option that's on the table, though.
Well, for
I
me,
think, Gareth, the Germans would go first. The Germans would go first. I don't know why. It's not. It will not
It's
be.
nice. It's nice to see another communist guy here, because
it won't be a U.S. vessel, perhaps a British vessel, but the Germans will be first. Unfortunately, very unfortunately.
Okay,
Well,
I think
we should let the average speak. Daniel, sorry to cut you. We have been passing him off.
It's so good. Oh, he hadn't spoken. Average dude. Sorry,
Who has not had a chance to answer the question?
Let him
Average dude.
speak.
You can go.
Average dude and Jordan.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
All right. This question against the Russians to improve to win over the Ukraine, right? Well, pretty much like I agree with New Age. They'll continue what they're going to do. They grind through the Donbass area, probably in the northeastern side, and they don't have to put lots of manpower effort. They're happy what they are currently right now in these situations, because they have people they enough to drive the Ukrainian force down. Currently, I feel that the Russian forces right now is trying to wear out the Ukrainian fighting capability. It's not much of a land grabs over here, but land grabs still happen, but in the major cities in the Donbass area, such as Avdiivka and probably Kharkiv, these strategic plays, when they reach the objective, then will naturally push Zelensky into negotiation tables, because Ukrainians have not much things to offer for the NATO to keep on fighting. They'll continue to wear down eventually. Currently, at this current pace, that is Ukrainians is in the losing side in terms of casualty ratios between Russia and Ukraine. And as like Gareth says, that the drone productions, Russian is far surpassed than Ukrainian on that in terms of FPV attacks. So naturally, Ukrainians' side is in the losing part. There's not much they can do unless we have the very hawkish politicians from the United States successfully persuaded Biden to escalate the efforts by using NATO force to enter into Ukraine territory. Things will change. But if you think if the NATO force enter into Ukraine, that will create the ripple effects, the domino effects. All around the world will take the advantage to do some military operation to achieve their agendas. Like you say, is that people says that Ukraine war is not relevant to Israel, but I can see the indirect connections between the Israel and Ukraine, because Netanyahu thinks that since the war is escalating over there, they take advantage to exploit the areas in the Gaza place to achieve their agenda, because Netanyahu was brought down by the what it is, the legal issues of these corruptions. So they grab the opportunities. And so as other people, other places on the world, such as in probably the next will be the Taiwan. But Taiwan, I think that China will not go into the military options. This is their last options on it, but they'll use the economy options that that abolish the AWACS agreement between the Taiwan Straits to isolate the economy, to wear down the Taiwan's economy on it, to bring the force of DPP parties into negotiation table with China in Beijing.
I think you're very correct, Emergence Dudes. The sense of window of opportunity. So some people that the window of opportunity is now.
I was going to ask Wyatt.
Yeah, I'm speaking now. So
let Prada speak first. I would like to listen, Prada.
The thing is that you are right. It's the interpretation when is the window of opportunity. Is it closing? They have to act now. Is it going to open in the future? They are just waiting for a better moment. And I think that's what happened in Israel. Someone, either Netanyahu or the Hamas, I don't know, they had the feeling that the window of opportunity was going to close soon, that Ukrainians and perhaps the Russians would get to a deal, which didn't happen and won't happen that far, well, unfortunately, again. But it's quite true. We have to realize this. If the rest of the world, there are all types of conflicts, realize that this is my moment, they will start. We already have a world in panic right now, actually. Conflicts everywhere surging, and it will become worse if you, like you said, if actually NATO goes into Ukraine and things will, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, whoever's that
we still got 2 guys to go. Yeah.
Can I go? Sorry, average. You're saying
one point to make first.
Yeah, it's so good.
Whichever geopolitical connection to the United States geopolitical strategies, those countries have connection with it. They try to take opportunity, exploit wherever they want to achieve their own agenda, their side quests.
What do you think the agenda is with Israel? What do you think the agenda is with Israel? Then?
Well, it depends
on
which party. Because you have to know, Israel has 2 parties, okay? There's 2 parties over there, and the left and the right. Right now, the current government is a right-leaning government, which is led by Likud party, which is Benjamin Netanyahu who's heading on. Where the Izzat Rabin's that time represent the left party. That time, left party is willing to integrate, have a peace negotiation with the Palestinian. But the right party, which is Benjamin Netanyahu is in, they are more leaning to the greater Israel, has taken the whole piece of Israel as their own. So they have to, their main agenda is to listen to the far right small parties on it to chase out all the Palestinians out of the Israels and get the lands of their own. So they don't want the 2-state solution.
But how that's okay? I was asking because you say the
checked on this. Like, it's a little bit more complicated than that, because basically what was going on with the Likud party was they were
to understand
they were kind of center right, and basically from what I understand, because and I don't know, I don't want to convict him without a trial, but Netanyahu, as far as I understand, he was corrupt, and especially his wife was really corrupt. There was a lot of
you have to understand, Netanyahu's corruption is one of the problems on it. Then the greater problem is they don't want the Palestinians into Israel lands, especially in the far right point of view over there. So
right, you're talking about but that's not the Likud party. You're talking about the coalition that he made with the.
This coalition is part of the problem because the coalition is far more right and radical than the Likud party itself.
Exactly. The Likud party was
a
center
right.
And the party that's actually this one, it was three
because
parties.
There has a small parties to get hold together.
The coalition with, and they're extremist right.
Netanyahu can be in power.
Yeah. Well, anyway, sorry because I guess it was 2 people. Before we get too sidetracked on Israel, which don't get me wrong, it's an interesting subject, and I really want to.
Let me just go on Ukraine.
Daniel, did you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me go. I was waiting I wanted the average dude to finish his point. Okay.
Actually, Daniel, if you don't mind, can we get Jordan before you, because I know it's gonna take long.
Oh yeah. I'm patient for Jordan. Jordan, you go.
Okay, thanks. But no, I don't. I'm not gonna take long.
Answer the
Just
fucking
average long. I don't think there's need to increase the chances of Russia's victory. Is just that they should reduce the casualties, their own casualties. That's what I would like to see more than anything. And just by doing that, it's gonna raise up morale of their troops. But two measures that I would do is actually produce those personnel protection, which is a drone detector like bullet. There's a laser detector if they're targeted by a sniper laser range finder, which is usually accompanied by snipers. Then many of the ammunitions are guided by lasers, so those two detectors are pretty much important so that troops would be able to skedaddle when the dangers comes in.
Yeah, but
That's the only option for them.
that's
Another
tactical.
one
What
is
about strategy? What about strategy? That's
yes,
tactical.
yes. I'm talking. Well, I'm saying more like trying to protect their troops, reduce the casualties. But
I think
strategically,
Russia is also waiting for something big,
say I would
just in
just say
case.
to Americans, hands off, and threaten to take down the Global Hawk and those AWACS C5s that are E5s that are in a Baltic in a Black Sea. So no NATO in the Black Sea, no access to territorial waters. I would do that and then give it 10 days to stop spying and giving the help and then take it down. That will be, I think, now because they are on the questionable thing. Are they gonna keep supporting Ukraine or not? So this is maybe I don't know, but I would do it. I would do that. Probably provoke more dedication and more NATO, but it might scare Europe from actually approaching more help to Ukraine. Basically, that's what I will do. Just say, you know,
You're good, Jordan.
remove ICR capabilities, NATO capabilities in the
I,
service of Ukraine.
I like that, Jurg. Shoot down the AWACS and blow up a sewer. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Take it back. Yeah.
NATO trains Ukrainians is put into ways because they're not training the Ukrainian troops under NATO standards in a high intensity war. They train to low intensity war like urban fighting, which is not suited for in a war theater between Russia and Ukraine. So Ukrainians use the whole tactics wrongfully at home, if I can see it. That's why they're losing a lot of manpower in Ukraine. What a waste.
Okay, can I go?
Go ahead.
For Ukraine, I think strategically I would focus on two fronts. The lower one towards the south of Ukraine. Make sure that the regions past Kherson, I'll make sure I have all those regions taken so that I can have full control over the Black Sea. So no matter where this war goes, I have 100% control over the Black Sea. Ukraine is landlocked. And then I would then focus on the Donbass, since that's why this whole war started in the first place.
They're not in a hurry to do landlocked. They're not in a hurry.
No,
but I think I'll prioritize
Daniel,
now. Because
how would you do that? Because the thing is that it is clear that it won't be a naval war. That's gone.
No, but you see, making
you can do that through Kiev.
Okay,
you go from Kiev down to the Odessa and take.
Well,
Jordan, can I answer the question?
Let me just finish. Okay, you see, the number one, making Ukraine landlocked does two things for them. Number one, Ukraine is primarily an agricultural center. So fucking up the economy means fucking up the only way out of Ukraine for taking food and all those things. So you've practically squeezed them into a point where they always have to deal with you. If you need your goods to pass through the Black Sea, you need to talk to me. So you always have a string to pull in case they become hard-headed again. That's what I would do as number one. So that there's always something they will need me not to do, probably forever. Then I would focus on the Donbass, since that's why I started the war. And then I would then fortify the front, just grind them over time, all the way to 2031, as New Age says. But I would focus on those two regions first. And also, I wanted to add something that the average dude said about Israel. I really don't think Israel is the US is not really happy with what Israel is doing, from my perspective. It has to deal with it. It's a headache, but they really don't want to deal with it. I don't think it's like a brother who you have to go and fight for, but you hate the fact that they're going to fight in the first place. That's all I
disagree. I disagree.
Democrats and Republicans, that Democrats doesn't like Netanyahu approach on the Palestinian versus Israel issues. But Republican is all in for Israel.
Oh,
so
yes.
you can see
it's a little bit more complicated than that, the average dude. How do I say this? I think Daniel kind of had it right, like in the sense that, like, politically, there are people that, especially how do I say this? The way the Democratic Party has shifted in the last, has become way more radical recently, especially the way
the Republicans pretty much attributed Netanyahu's policies, agendas.
Well, no, it's not necessarily like them, because most Americans have no idea what Netanyahu's policies are, like, internally in Israel. But
doesn't matter. The White House decides everything.
There has become extremely radical.
Ordinary Americans too bought down with those.
No, but there's a radical element within the Democratic Party right now, and like how large they are, like, no one's really sure, but they're very how do I say it? The press gathers around them. Like, I don't know if you guys saw, like, a couple of days ago, they were literally storming the White House gates. Like, that was on YouTube. And so, but at the same time, both parties, Democrat and Republican, whether they like it or don't like it, support them without question, and both militarily and financially. Now, I'm not going to get into all the reasons as to why that is, but it is a truism and has been for a long time.
Yeah, the other day we were talking about this, and it's a weird schism, because it's basically the same people that were all in on COVID and wearing the mask are now divided on Israel vehemently.
Well, but this is what we expect. They are very difficult topics, right? And they also include that people that are pro-Palestine, they have been for Palestine for many years to go. This is a very old conflict, so it's not so easy to manipulate like the Ukrainian conflict.
Yeah, but Prada, I think there's a lot of people that have joined the pro-Palestinian movement who, if you asked them 2 years ago, couldn't find Palestinian on a map with a pointer. That's, just someone who lives in the United States, and especially in a very liberal city, and they're extremely pro-Palestinian. I mean, to the point where it's almost reached like a religious ferocity to it. Like,
this happens. This has happened.
Yeah, genocide. Who could possibly be concerned about that?
To these groups of people, people that have been fighting for Palestine, they're very well organized. They're a bit all over across the society. Most of them on the left wing of the left wing part.
Prada, I agree that those people have always existed. I'm talking like it is kind of spread to it's kind of like trickled down into people that in other this best way to say it, it's become fashionable now for people to be in the United States to be pro-Palestinian.
Yes, of course, because these
Okay, I have to cut in.
these people
Yeah,
have been.
I've got a question.
these
I've got a
people
question
have
for
been-
JS.
JS turn now.
I really want to speak about this.
Which side are you on?
Regarding Israel,
Palestine
Palestine.
and Israel, yeah.
To be honest, I'm going to surprise you. I'm agnostic on the issue because I don't really have a dog in that fight. I don't care what happens there. I sincerely don't.
Can you
Can I
answer
address
on
some of this?
Ukraine? How to improve
Well, it does for me.
Russia's fight?
Oh,
Can you answer
sure.
your
Oh,
own question?
okay. You're busting my balls, ain't you, brother?
Yeah.
No. No. Fair question. I honestly kind of agreed, believe it or not, with what Daniel said, which was probably the most obvious thing. Was he was saying, in my opinion, to make Ukraine irrelevant. Once you take away their ports, they become a landlocked country and they're irrelevant. Now, as far as what Russia can do on the ground, I think New Age kind of said it that it'll probably be this slow grind, a war of attrition, and
I
that's
don't
probably
think
Russia.
Russia has a capability of taking the land port at the moment.
No, I agree. Yeah, at the moment, but I think that like Daniel and New Age kind of had it down. I think this war will grind on for a lot longer, and than we think it will. Probably at least another 18 months, probably longer, and that's probably the Russian strategy. And they will probably do a conservation of force, like where they'll try to lose as least amount of troops that they can. And inflict the most amount of casualties. So they're not measuring it so much in ground conquered, but they will slowly chip away at the Ukrainians' level of production. And, like there's that old expression, like guys who know me in the voice chat, we say that the United States never lost the war. The United States only loses interest. And that is basically what will happen. Is as more and more problems pop up in the United States, and God knows we have them.
Sounds like a loss to me.
Say again. What was that about?
Sounds like a loss to me. Yeah.
So
I think United States
when they know they're
depleting.
losing, they just I'm gonna leg it. That's
I mean, but the United States, you could argue that the United States, like, if they really
lose interest when they lose. That's
okay, fair enough. But you get my overall point.
You would lose interest too if you lost something.
Yeah. But my point is, if the United States ever was fully invested
when
in
the
winning
United
the war,
States
they
lost a few more strategic key points on their world domination hegemony, it can no longer expand his power influence around the world. They try to sustain it as long as they can.
But average dude, something.
Okay, you guys want to finger fuck my wet dream? Fine, but I'm
average dude. There's something I think Putin raised, and I was like, okay, that's actually true. That the U.S. is most of these places the U.S. finds itself stuck is because the U.S. is stuck. It has to act like an empire because any retreat it makes on any issue is seen by its public as a loss. So it kind of has to have this stance to protect itself. Because if you're an empire, you never retreat. Like any retreat is taken as a loss by your population, and they require you to do something.
We say, no, we didn't retreat. It's not important anymore.
So you have to.
There's a safe way the United States can do it.
Yeah, you have to either rationalize why you're leaving or you stay there. Like you always have to.
The amount of money
the
amount of money invested in Afghanistan says it all.
It's huge.
Like you can't huge money, and you just left. That's a loss.
Ben Laden said something very
There's another factor here.
He said that the Russians, that the US was the paper tiger. And with that sentence, he actually managed to convince so many people to go against the US on the 90s. Yes. Actually, the US was being beaten up by terrorists, by little groups of nothing. And on the end, it's quite interesting. Who beat the terrorists? It was Russia in Syria. And now the terrorists are out of the picture, at least for now, and we might see them coming back. especially because Ukraine has
Well, because
proven
Russia
again.
left, but actually, yeah.
What do you mean left?
No, they left.
They're still in
You're talking
they're
about
still
when
in Syria.
the Russians moved the terrorists. Anyway, please continue.
In Syria, well,
Yeah.
Syria, the death of Daesh was pretty much done in Syria, and Al Qaeda and so on. And who beaten them actually were the Russians more than anyone else. The Russians, the Iranians, they beat those groups. Otherwise,
Actually,
they
Prata,
would keep being there now.
Prata, now that
Well,
you're mentioning Daesh,
IS has a very complicated.
now that you're mentioning Daesh, which is ISIS, for those who don't know, I have a theory that if you were to go and like take off the masks of the ISIS guys, you would find guys from Kentucky mostly, because those ISIS.
Hey,
ISIS
Vaughn, is Vaughn still in here?
ISIS pops up wherever the US wants it to pop up. Like I really don't think ISIS should be in the.
No, I agree with Daniel 1,000%.
You know,
Daniel
there
is
is fucking
100% right. I agree with that.
Yeah, there is fucking ISIS in
I
Mozambique.
mean, think about it.
How the fuck they coming from? There's ISIS in Mozambique.
No,
Where the fuck they coming from?
Daniel is right. I agree with him. He's 100%
I mean,
right.
think about it. You know, it's like
paper
Scooby-Doo. Fred pulls off the mask and it's me.
The paper tiger is not equipped to go to a war like what's happening in
fairness,
Ukraine.
though, Prada, I don't know if it's fair to say the United States is a paper tiger because, I mean, if you're talking about militarily speaking, the United States has by far more firepower than the rest of the world combined. I mean,
No,
not really.
You want to
But
describe the
a
United
lot
States
of power.
is-
Problem
United
is that
States is United States more like a lion losing his lioness. It's all the female lions because in lion social communities over there, the males as a dominance, while the female do the work.
yeah,
hard work
losing
on
their
it.
pride, it's called. That's what they call the female lionesses. Their pride.
Yeah, now the United States is a lion without their female lions to help him do the works. So the male lions will slowly into a hunger.
The US is making much the same age that
Did you just call Europe a bunch of female wives to the US?
For agreeing with what you guys are saying,
You understand
the
lions? The
FBI is
female
going to
like
knock
good
on my
Can I
door.
say something?
food
I'm
for
just
the
sitting here
male
quiet. I
lion.
mean, basically what you're saying is pimping ain't easy.
Several sociologists have been saying that Europe has been feminizing itself, and this is pretty much true. We still have some Eastern Europeans with some.
I would like to
that's
add
complete
something.
rubbish.
I've got a
when you-
question for.
Hold on, Vols.
Okay, go on.
Let me add. Let me
Yeah,
add something.
Go on.
When
This is Roman all over the place.
if you studied a bit of history and you look at from 1917 to 2016, about 100 years of the U.S. Dominance over empire, and if you look at where the U.S. is mainly stayed, it's not that the U.S. is a paper, whatever you want to call it. The empire was based on maritime law. That's why half of the U.S. laws are depicted from 1917 going on based on their maritime law. So what am I trying to tell you with this, right? All these battles that the U.S. or the bases that the U.S. is building, and the reason why they're favoritizing certain routes and they are not going to go here, or they're pushing back the Ukrainian and all this is just based on their wartime effort, according to their maritime law, which is stated. It was stated back on July the 11th of 1917, where multiple presidents, well, starting with Eisenhower, he himself said it. The only reason why they will base themselves in any other country, it'll be based on goods and protocol and protection of those goods. When the goods has dried up, the U.S. must pull out. How do they pull out? We study history. We study the Greece and the Roman. The only way you pull out from one region of chaos to another war must start, and that's to start with one of your major partners. And if you pay attention to the chronological order from their advanced empire of 1943, when they entered the war and so-called defeated Germany, you'll notice that the U.S. was smart enough, not like Russia. Putin himself even admitted it. The Soviet Union, Stalin, power didn't have friends. What he meant by friends, he explicitly stated it and explained it. Stalin didn't have enough maritime strategy base, which is China trying to figure this out now with the Belt and Road Initiative, to be able to regain and conquer certain places that needs to be kept to, to keep the empire going. Now, to address the topic of the reason why, if you guys truly believe that the U.S. is going to leave Ukraine, I believe it's not going to be so. The reason why, because with all the Baltic region, and we go further, and if you study a little bit, you will see that if the U.S. decide that they're going to leave Ukraine, that would be a big blunder. It'll be a huge blunder because the U.S. still have to provide a EU incentive, which all presidents in the U.S. have so far done, but they have done it through NATO. And you will see that with all these options. So instead of me ramping around, all I'm just trying to tell you guys in a matter of short sentences is that, like the description said, the falling of an empire, right? The only way the U.S. could fall as an empire if you cut away their maritime power. This is the reason why they control international laws and they control international shipping laws. This is the reason why the EU can't do anything and the UN can't do anything, or the Assembly of Commonwealth can't do anything, because as long as the US keeps it, there's nothing you could do.
There's a
New
lot
age.
to
That's
a
why
lot to
China
unpack
is
there.
I
Hold on a
think that
second.
puts the
There's a
cart
lot.
before the
New
horse.
Hold on a second, please. Let me address this. Like, for example, it's actually it's inaccurate to say about the United States enforcing maritime law after World War One, because we did not. The British still had the largest navy,
Say
and
World War-
actually after World War One, the British Navy actually expanded because they got to incorporate the German fleet. That was part of the agreement in Versailles.
Well,
The United
World-
States, the United States actually didn't gain anything out of World War One for the most part, and that was one of the reasons why there was this huge "quote unquote" America First movement in World War Two. So the United States, but because we had massive industrial capacity, unlimited natural resources, huge pool of human labor, soldiers or whatever. And you were right. And when you were talking about the United States did not defeat the Nazi Germany, that they were defeated by the Soviet
Red
Union.
Army.
Actually, 80% of all Axis casualties were happened on the Eastern Front, meaning against the Soviet Union. So you're absolutely right on that. But as far as the United States becoming a maritime power, that did not happen until after the end of World War II, when Britain was defeated. The British Empire literally disappeared overnight. So the United States was not that power back then. So that didn't really happen until the Soviet Union took over. Basically, the United States, in a weird way, kind of filled a vacuum that was created by the destruction of both Germany and Britain, and the United States filled that vacuum as a counterbalance to the Soviet Union.
Well, can I add something real quick? JS,
Right.
I will kindly disagree with you based on the World War One fact, because if you look at Act 39 of the Statement 729 of your own laws of wartime shipping effort and the Emergency Fleet Corporation, you will see that it specifically said with the Royal Navy that they had to maintain maritime power based on the fact that after the pre-occurrence of World War One, they wanted more lanes to secure their own national interests. And the Royal Navy, well, what you call the British Empire, you will say they vanished. They never really vanished. They're still there. They were just under a different umbrella. This is all in your National Congress library. You could read it.
But I think the US did take over the US domination of the seas, and we know that. Doesn't really matter when they started or didn't start it, because of course they started before even the First World War. But as GS was saying, that dominance become clear is after the Second World War, for many different factors. But it doesn't matter. And it was actually the British, most of the British that wrote those naval sea laws that exist today. They are a bit older, and they didn't really came from the US at that much. But that's also not important. There is a continuation from the British Army directly to the American Army in terms of Navy. And this is clear. We know that today. It's not discussable. We also don't need to discuss the sex of the angels now here, because that would need really deep historical research, which is not the point. I understand your point, but definitely it's not it was not the Americans who wrote all those stuff. It's a very complicated stuff. It exists since the 1900s, actually, when most of that was written. And of course, the British tried to maintain with the slavery deals and acts, tried to created also maritime law in the sense that they can actually inspect other ships and so on and so, due to piracy, slavery, and so on. The United States to take over. Actually, when Brazil was refusing to abolish slavery, it was not the British that were in the Brazilian ports. It was the American Navy that was in the Brazilian ports and made them actually stop the slavery trade. So it's a bit before than the First World War. Even doesn't matter. What matters is that definitely today, as you said, and again, going back because you talked about the paper tiger. The paper tiger was Ben Laden who said it. And with that sentence, he managed to convince all the other little groups that it was possible to go against the United States, even if they were just tiny little groups of terrorists. That was the point. And they did do that. And they did manage in many occasions. The most well-known, as you know, is actually Somalia. And then they did it again in Afghanistan. Well, it's what it is.
Okay. I'm gonna let Voss go.
Can I just jump in?
Yeah,
I think let Voss go. He's been lifting his finger forever.
I just wanna go back to Black Sea. Basically, it's a question for New Age. You know, you say United States is never gonna leave Ukraine because it's important for them to keep power in Black Sea. My question is, how much longer do you think the Eastern European country can take it? Because United States is only doing that because they go help from these countries. But this country is going down. You know, their ship is sinking really fast. How much longer do you think they're gonna keep that going? Because without Russia, this country are nothing. And you can see that even Germany is affected by this kind of thing. But I just want a country like Poland, the Baltic, Romania, Bulgaria, at some point they're gonna give up. So what do you think about
that? Give up in what sense? And like go which way?
No, yes. I think
you know what I'm saying is United States needs these countries to keep going with this war, because once this country say we had enough, what's United States gonna do? They're gonna leave, because there is no way United States is gonna stay there without the help of this country.
Okay, can I go? Can I go on something? Can I? Sorry, copy. Can I go?
Sure.
Yeah, I wanted to add on to what Prata was saying and what New Age was saying. I think we're forgetting one giant elephant in the room, which is the US is primarily a superpower because of its currency. Like without that currency, it's fucked. The only reason it prints more money.
That's all wrong.
So what, Gareth? Go! I'm listening.
Okay, well, it's a long conversation, but it's a long conversation, but this whole obsession with currency, with the power of the dollar, with so-called de-dollarization and all of that, I think that is completely the wrong way around. The United States is the world's reserve currency because it is the global empire. It did not become so because of its currency. It came so because of its military power. And if another military power, like say China, were to rise up, then its currency would become the dominant global trade currency. I think all this emphasis.
I believe Garrett is 1,000% correct.
But Gareth, let me ask you a question. But do you think the US would be able to sustain its naval power without the reserve currency? Especially with its debt problem at the moment. Don't you think it would have skyrocketing inflation?
Well, it wouldn't have the debt
don't
problem.
Don't you think if we were in that debt for the time that we would do whatever it took to stay in power?
Yeah, well,
Unless
no,
you
but
think we would drill baby drill and sell. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't think we're going to go. The people in power ain't going to walk away from power and let it fall away. They're going to lash out and do whatever they can to keep it going.
no, actually, I want to hear. Hold on a second.
I wanted to hear your point.
Garrett hasn't had a chance to speak much.
Gareth, I wanted to hear your point. Do you think that don't you think that the losing the currency would in effect lose the navy and all the power that you say they have? And if they didn't have that currency, would they be able to actually make that navy after World War II, not before?
I don't think they can lose the position as the reserve currency as long as they have the position as the global capitalist hegemon. If it's really faced by that kind of threat, it would go to war.
But do you think it can sustain a war? You know, the US
Okay, that's a different question.
You see,
Look, I wanted to say something about the paper tiger as well. First of all, that was a remark by Mao Zedong, who said that all reactionaries are paper tigers. And the reason for that is essentially that they exist on an illusionary basis, the illusion of consent from their own populace. So they're a lot weaker than they look. And I think there is very good reason to think that the United States now is so overextended and so committed to high-tech, very maintenance-heavy, very difficult to produce, very expensive weapon systems that it simply can't sustain losses. It can't manufacture enough of them to stay competitive. If it gets into trouble, it's going to get into really, really deep trouble very quickly. So it's a terrible gamble to try and confront the US and hope that this is true. But it increasingly looks like the US is committed to so many conflicts in so many places that cracks are going to start showing, maybe quite soon.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, well, the only thing I wanted to further say is, actually, I did want to say that the idea that the Democrats have become mad liberals is completely wrong. In fact, the if you looked up the Eisenhower platform from 1956, it's way, way, way to the left of the Democrats. So it's actually that the American political system has moved so far to the right that even though the Democrats are actually a center-right party, they look like radical leftists in the American context, but not in any other context.
Then we can get into this. If you want to use that kind of metric, then any point in time we can argue that, like, compared to this, then they're more left or they're more right compared to this point in time. I guess by left or right, I'm talking about the policies that the Democrats support now are like, that they want transsexual children and things of that nature, which I believe you're for.
Well, because they want that in the same way that they want people not to kill gays or whatever. Transsexualism is a thing. There's plenty of science showing that it's a real property of the physical world.
Push it? No. Well, here's the whole thing. There's plenty of science. And no, Garrett, I'm not going to entertain bullshit. There's no science saying that there is transsexual children, and like, I'm glad to fight to your death on this.
I don't think this is the right forum. I wanted to say something about Israel as well. The reason for the US's commitment to Israel is precisely because it's still traumatized by the OPEC cartel in the 1970s jacking up the oil price. And Israel serves as America's regional base from which it can bomb the Arab countries into submission if they ever threaten to do such a thing again. So America is absolutely committed to Israel as a strategic necessity. Let me just finish. I'll just have one sentence more, and that is that Joe Biden said some years ago that Israel is so important to the United States that if it didn't exist, the US would have to create one. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with the lobby. It's got nothing to do with any other factors. The United States needs a presence in the Middle East in order to prevent it from exerting control over oil.
That's why we have Saudi Arabia.
It's true that there's a
They
transition
have
to
different
Saudi Arabia,
qualities.
yes.
Yeah, it's very true. And apparently, trust me,
Okay, Gareth,
Israel doesn't exist. Saudi Arabia is a puppet of the United States and has been for decades. We don't need Israel.
but
That's not the reason that the U.S. is a lapdog of Israel, is because we need a presence in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia has been our presence in the Middle East for decades.
I think
They
Saudi
do-
Arabia is changing
they
the
do-
shape, you know?
Yeah, I think they have different qualities, nevertheless, and Gareth is right. Quite to the point that Israel has been an element
Right
of
up to the point where you said that
regional
the United States is going to kill all the
destabilization.
gays because we supported transsexuals.
Okay,
I did say that.
I think
But the United States does kill a lot of gay people.
Ads and tunnels.
Wait. Israel has been. This is a fact. I will not go through all the historical process, but the fact is that Israel has been an element of destabilization in the whole area, and this area being destabilized brings points. Let's not forget that the pan-Arabic nationalist movements could be alive today. It is not. Why it is not?
Mhm.
Which countries are being mostly affected are exactly the ones that are in extremely trouble now. Why are they in stable trouble now? Sometimes because of Israel, sometimes not, but it's still an element there. And all the Arab countries have been divided but things are changing, and this is the big problem for the US. The Arab world, the Muslim world, actually, all over the world, might unite this time, especially with such graven accusation of genocide. But this is another story. This will go to the parent of perception, and the perception also works as a fact, but it's not the point here. Sorry, Gareth, go on.
I didn't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Actually, I had a question for Gareth, if I can digress for just a minute, because he's South African question. You are in touch with home, right? Like you're not completely removed from it, I assume.
Correct.
I read the other day about this whole Malema, not Malema, the old president. What's his name? Zuma. Like the new party is forming. The Mkonto Esizwe thing. Do you think he might end up like usurping the ANC in a way, or maybe diluting its power over time?
That's possible, although the main threat to the ANC as it stands at the moment comes from the economic freedom fighters, which is Malema that you mentioned.
If he was able to move support from the ANC, they can then form a coalition at some point, and then kind of make the EFF the president, like make Malema the president just out of spite. I mean, do you guys see that as a possibility, or is it some remote thing?
I'm not closely attached enough at the moment to really judge that. I do think it's a possibility. There's certainly the ANC doesn't command a great deal of popularity anymore, not least because inequality now in South Africa is actually greater than it was during apartheid. The neoliberal policies that the ANC were compelled to sign up to during the negotiations in '94 meant that they were effectively unable to carry out a large economic transformation, which is what a lot of where their support had come from. So they have.
For those who don't know Malema, for those who don't know the EFF, it's Malema who is seriously left wing, like I don't know, take the land without compensation, throw out white people,
Malema is someone Africa needs, but it's someone
I get that, but I'm
it's
saying
someone the West don't want to.
Like
if Malema gets the power, the West is gonna be really, really pissed off.
To my understanding,
the
under
thing
President
is happening.
Mandela at that time was doing okay, but until the second president of South Africans, I think the Zumas, right? Yeah, doing quite
Zuma.
bad, downward.
So I didn't get
Zuma.
that average. I didn't get that. What'd you say?
No, to my understanding, during the Mandela time, under his presidency, is doing quite okay, but after Zuma's takeovers become worse and worse.
No, I don't think it's the president. I think it's just the structure of everything. Because you had a huge population that had nothing, and then you have a population that has a lot, and all of a sudden you're trying to kind of like make the population that has a lot to give to the ones that have little, and like it was just a huge complicated thing, regardless of who was the president.
Implementing the affirmative actions, so they greatly abuse, causing the white farmers moving away from them, just like how they did in Zimbabwe during the who it is, Mugabe.
Yeah, but I don't think
Mandela was president when
I think Mandela
was very profitable countries like Angola, Mozambique,
the Mandela effect.
Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. No, not Botswana, Namibia. These countries help South Africa a lot, to get the apartheid done. These are the countries that help the apartheid ended. And Mandela was the president in the best time. After that, South Africa was fucked up. I think Mandela just want to be president. And
Mandela made a mistake. I personally think
Mandela didn't have any real power. He was a figurehead.
He kind of
he just want to be president. After that, South Africa.
No, I think for Mandela, it was like Kenya actually.
I remember going to South Africa. I remember going to South Africa in 1996. Was the first country I ever visited in my life. And when I went there, I was like, wow, this country is in Africa, because South Africa back in the 19th was like Los Angeles, New York, London, was really, I was surprised. I was like, wow, this country is in Africa. And then I went back.
Most industrialized country in Africa.
Yes, I went back 3 years later.
You almost have
that was different South Africa. Just in 3 years was different South Africa,
But was you see the problem was that the country looked good. It's like you have a room at the back that you never open. That's where you put all the shit, and then you clean up everything else when the visitors are there. Like the sitting room is clean, the kitchen is clean, but when you go to the backyard, it's full of trash. Like that's what you were seeing. Like now the only difference is that nobody's putting the trash at the back now. And actually, personally believe.
Trust me, I went everywhere. When I went to South Africa, I went to both sides. I knew there was, like Johannesburg, that was a big city, and there was a big ghetto. The ghetto was even bigger. Was even bigger than the city. The city was big, but the ghetto
was even bigger.
Yeah,
that's what I mean by the bucket.
I went to Pretoria. Pretoria was different thing, Pretoria was
I want to correct
something different.
Yeah,
I want to correct something. Daniel, can I say this real quick?
Sure.
So the Malema stuff, he's a very intriguing person to me. I study him quite very well. So you see, when you're speaking of Cyril Ramaphosa, right? He got power from 2018. Just a little backstory. I believe Gareth could probably correct me a little bit on this. But when Mandela got power from 1994 to 1999, Ramaphosa was his shadower. What's another way to say? He was learning from Mandela. Mandela wanted his boy. If you read some of his article back then, if you talk to any South African, I might call it diplomats or first diplomat, they will tell you Ramaphosa wanted power right after Mandela. But the question came in because at the time of the different party that was there, you have Thabo Mbeki, and then you have I forgot his name, Kegadalema, something like that, and then you have Jacob Zuma. They were all in the same party. Oh, Ramaphosa. This is the reason why when Mandela came in the U.S., wanting help from the U.S., he wanted actually to set up a different government, which all the rest, I forgot the name of the parties, but there was 3 parties that went against Mandela because Mandela had a different plan from what you would call the freedom fighters and I think it's the ECF back then. So Mandela actually didn't have popular vote in South Africa throughout his presidency. Like someone just said, he was just a puppet there, but who was he a puppet for?
Let me actually get the news.
He wasn't a puppet.
Let me finish. Let me just make my point. I think what I was trying to say was that Mandela was the equivalent, was the Kenyan's equivalent of Kenyatta, which was the British needed, actually the apartheid, so like the apartheid government, they needed a safe option that will not turn violent. You get? So you take someone who is agreeable with the other side, but will not turn violent on you. It's like a trained. It's almost like they needed us. That's why someone like what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. The guy that was killed. Sorry.
Mandela's hanging out with Hitler in Antarctica right now.
Gareth,
Steve Biko.
Yeah, Steve Biko. Like Biko would have been Mandela, and Biko was the Malcolm X of South Africa. So they needed to take him out. Yeah, they needed, because if he was president, South Africa would not be the way. First of all the land would have been taken back. There would have been some violent civil wars, but the land would have actually been taken back.
Let me say this real quick.
Daniel,
well, let me.
Daniel. Okay, go on.
Can I comment on some of these things?
Well, can I just add one more?
I don't. Sure, go.
Just one thing. If you actually understood the law in South Africa at the time, everybody knew that William de Keer, which was president from 1989 to 1994, he wrote a letter to the U.S. Congress to release Mandela. He was the last president before Mandela got power, and he was the one who wrote the letter to release him. The reason why people in South Africa, in Lesotho, and all these places, they call him a puppet, because it is well known in the diplomat world that
he was just
not exited without him. But go ahead, Gareth. I just want to say that.
He was like
I would like to come in on this now. So I mentioned that I consider Mandela a figurehead, but not somebody who's controlled by like an opposition party or anything like that. The fact is that he spent 27 years in prison. He had nothing to do
so
anymore
what? Just
with the
because you spent
ANC.
27 years in prison doesn't make you a good person or a bad person. It just means you spent 27 fucking years in prison. Mandela was a piece of
Well,
fucking
if you let
shit.
me finish my sentence,
and everybody
if you let me finish my sentence
that.
before interrupting,
Let the guy finish.
my point was that
Shut up,
my
JS.
point
Let
was
me
not
speak.
whether my point was not a comment on his morality. I'm saying that he was disconnected from what the ANC was actually doing. He didn't play any part in the negotiations between the ANC and the National Party state. But what the National Party used him for was as a sounding board. They could go to him and say, you know, we want to put this idea before the ANC, will they accept it? And he would be able to give them a feedback on what the ANC's ambitions would be. So he played a sort of a role as a backroom mediator between the two. But he was given power, he was given the position essentially because he was a popular hero, and he had more or less had to be in the position. Everybody knew that he was very old and wouldn't be there for very long. He was just there to tide over
My overall point was morally
introducing.
he was
Hold on.
a piece of shit.
Yo, JS, what the fuck? Let the guy finish.
Well, I strongly disagree with that. But I want to make another point. Okay, well, I thoroughly disagree, but I want to make another point, which is that I don't think that South Africa could have nationalized the land. And the reason for that is because the Soviet Union had just collapsed. The previous African states and some Latin Americans that had been able to break away from colonial rule, they were able to establish trading relationships with the USSR. And once the USSR fell, that opportunity no longer existed. So if they had nationalized the land, they would almost certainly have come under the same kind of sanctions from America that Venezuela and Cuba have been under. Cuba now for like 75 years. So that was, you know, they made a decision. They made a compromise not to do their maximalist program because the opportunity for it no longer existed.
Yes,
Yo,
I agree with your last point.
Dean,
I agree with
can I
your
just
last
raise
point.
an
Just wanna
issue?
say-
Dean, who the fuck are you talking to, dude? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I was just trying to lip sync what he was saying. It was getting close. Like you could almost figure out what word was coming next.
Yeah, hey, why
Gareth.
don't you say something? Yeah,
You
you've
know,
been here for
Gareth.
half an hour and haven't talked.
Sneaking some humor in here and there.
Gareth, to my understanding, South Africa almost have a nuclear weapon itself, right?
It did look
Nah,
like
they
that
give
was,
them away.
I
They
was
give
them
shocking,
away.
didn't it?
It had 3 warheads, and they were all decommissioned. They were covered in. They were put into mine tunnels, and the mine tunnels were filled with concrete. It's widely suspected that the 3 warheads came from Israel, not least because in the early 70s there was an event that's known as the Vela Flash. The Velas were some American
1975 you're talking
observations.
about, right? 1975?
75, yeah.
Yeah, very, very familiar with it. Yes, we know about
So
it.
it means that
Yeah. Hold on
so
a second, but I just want to know where Garrett's
You
coming
keep
from.
trying to prove yourself.
I'm
Stop doing this.
well versed on this, more than most of you. All due respect.
No, you don't have to try to prove yourself. Let the guy speak.
I'm not proving
It's
myself.
getting,
I'm
it's
proving
getting.
something that you don't
Everybody's
fucking know. So
commenting
you
on
shut
the
fuck up. I
chat.
just want to know where
Stop
Garrett's coming
doing
from.
it.
You're a
Stop
liberal.
reading.
Right,
You're reading
Gareth?
offensive.
In other words, you were against
you were
against the apartheid state, right? You believe that South Africa is better now than it was under the apartheid state, yes?
As I said, well, first of all, let me finish about the Vela Flash. It was double flash. It's believed to be a neutron bomb test that was probably jointly executed.
We can all look it up on Wikipedia.
Okay, can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
You're not just going to repeat something we already know.
Hey,
I don't know.
You're fed up with you today. You're fed
I
up
don't know.
with you today. Everybody's fed
I
up
know
with
what
you today.
JS is. It's like Jesus.
Normally you one of the best guys here. What's wrong with you tonight?
Yo, I think Wyatt, just before Gareth comes in, Wyatt, I think we need to get you to like 1 million subscribers. Then we can like make YouTube give us a slap the shit out of someone button, and then we can make it with JS, right? Like I think we should do that.
I love to debate.
Like all you people watching, hit the thumb.
I love it.
Yeah, let's get it so that we can like get a slap the shit out of
So,
someone.
Gareth,
I did already.
By the way, just because
yo, let Gareth finish. What the fuck?
Yes,
let Gareth finish the double flash.
I just want
I
to
never
say
heard
one
it
thing.
before.
Just because Gareth was against the apartheid doesn't make him a fucking liberal.
No, let Gareth finish. Like, I actually wanted to hear what he has.
I want to learn about the double flash. I never heard it before.
Gareth, so you think that the new programs developed by
wait, let him finish.
Average dude, there's something you were saying. I wanted to know.
Well?
Average dude, there's something
I
you were
literally
saying.
just had one. I literally just had one more sentence to say, which is that it's widely believed this was a joint test between South Africa and Israel. Okay, and that's all.
Yeah, 1975. Yes.
To answer JS's question about what I think of South Africa at the moment, I'm not at all satisfied with the situation that South Africa is in.
Of course, you're not satisfied.
I mean, I think it's.
That was not my question.
My
question was, do you believe it's preferable?
Yes, because the apartheid was just ridiculous. Like when you had a child in South Africa, you had to go to a government agency, and the agency would decide what race that child was. Okay, everybody had to do that, and then you were only allowed to live in certain areas. You were only allowed to marry people. So that just the mere fact that you can actually marry the person you love and live together, I think has been a gain.
What is wrong with a society that decides that? Inherently, what is wrong with that? That's like saying that I can marry my fucking dog. If society said that's wrong, or a man can marry another man, or a woman can marry another woman, why is that okay to you? I'm sincerely curious. I really want to know the answer to that. Where do you draw the line?
No. Oh, wait. Today, this is really bad. Today, wait. This has to stop. I think everybody's fed up of this conversation, of this bashing and blaming and offensive things and racist comments. I think, GS, you're abusing today like never. And everybody's commenting it. The chat of the face is full of these hateful comments that you're doing it. Stop. And you don't. Are
you okay, dude? Do you need help?
You don't have the right to interrogate anybody here. People have. If people don't want to answer, they have the right not to answer. And if they want to talk about other things, they have the right. You don't have the right to impose anything to anybody.
You're right. I don't have the right to impose anything on anybody. And I live in a country where I'm allowed to say whatever I want.
You don't have the right to impose your
if you don't like me, you don't like me. And this is Wyatt's channel. And if Wyatt chooses to ban me, he can do that. And if you don't like
nobody wants you fucking down. Nobody wants you banned.
You're such a victim, aren't you?
You can you know, I'm not claiming to be a victim or a predator. I'm not claiming to be anything. This is something that you're
Yes,
imposing on
have a
me.
respectful conversation. That's the rule of thumb. Okay.
Well, yeah, but
Let
the
the
idea of like
finish
what
his
is
stuff.
respectful and what is not respectful.
It's just
I find
basic what
I
you're
find many
doing.
things that many of you have said to be very disrespectful, but you never hear me bitch about it. I don't claim and I say,
You're
"Oh,
bitching right now.
you disrespected me. Oh my God, I'm so offended."
You're literally bitching right now. Just take
No,
it
I'm not
and
bitching.
move.
I'm
Dude.
just saying. I'm just parroting back what you've.
If you can dish it out, you should be able to take it,
Like
dude.
it, fine. Look, this is Wyatt's channel.
Oh,
He can
fucking
ban me
A.
anytime he
Can we
wants.
just talk about the fucking war and stop talking about fucking feelings and goddamn fucking shit?
Fucking A, yeah.
Jesus. I mean,
Why
seriously,
brought up
fucking, can we
feelings
talk about
and
a
being
goddamn
offended?
war?
My feelings have been hurt.
What's wrong with you? Who hurt you?
Well,
Why are you so
you mean
offended?
at
I
this?
mean, hell, let's talk about the
Who hurt
feelings
you?
of the retarded
Why are
guy
you
that's
so
in the
upset?
trenches.
Who hurt
About
you?
my feelings. I was in a
Hurt you?
fucking
My
blizzard
feelings.
today.
Yo,
Feelings.
Dean
I'm
wants to
talking
say
about my
something.
feelings. I feel
me
being
add
fucking
something.
blown up and their legs are gone, and you're worried about my fucking words? Get over yourselves. Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
I would like to add something to your many claims. I'm not against you. You could speak as you want, but
Thank
certain
you.
facts that
Thank you. I don't need your permission to speak as I want. The only person I need permission to
care
speak
less
as
what
I
you
want
said.
is
But I will say
fucking Wyatt, because
certain
it's his
facts
channel.
that you
I
have,
don't need your permission.
certain facts that you have said is actually incorrect. You boldly claim it was 1975, but anybody who know history, it was 1979. We all know the history that traced back to it. Anybody could read it. I don't like to say much, but there's a lot of things that you claim to know that I can actually counter you because I
Okay, you
studied a
said
bit
there
of
was a
history.
lot of things. Say some of them.
Well, I will say one of them that you boldly the Vela incident that you was proudly saying 1975. It didn't happen in 1975. It happened September the 20 of 22 of 1979. Everybody in the diplomatic work knows. For you, since you're so smart, you say 1975. If you go back to 1975, nothing was happening but the route of the test, but the route of the satellite that was happening in August the 8th of 1975.
Or
Everybody knows that. It's not
no, not
1975.
everybody doesn't know that. Most people never even heard about it. They didn't know.
Well, that's true.
Most people didn't even know that there was a joint operation between Israel and South Africa to develop nuclear weapons, including yourself.
Suspected.
No, I knew that.
The only reason you knew about it, you probably just Wikipedia'd it because you.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Not only do you know the
I'll tell you
year,
this.
but you
I'll tell you this.
you actually knew the month and the day. So
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. There's two things. I will give you a breakdown of the history so you could see that.
New age. Let me just interrupt you. Like none of us
in
get
in 1970, okay, in 1970, the what you call the second party of Israel actually went to the British British Royal Navy and made a contract joined with the U.S. wanting to ship what you call uranium good that was coming from the Bukavu region in central Congo all the way to South Africa. That's how they got it built. In 1974, of August the 8th, it was subsequently denied first because of the testing center that was not working. If you had a diplomat father, he will tell you this. And we have books that we read about it. We study it in Morocco. We study it in Liberia. We know this pretty well. So it's not about Wikipedia. It's just about if you meet the right person who knows what they're talking about. You clearly don't know what you're saying, but I do understand why you say 1975. That's because that's when Israel actually publicized it and made it known that it was actually a failure that had happened with one of the nuclear programs in the satellite that was first built in 1976. Just to correct you.
Yo, JS, do you want to bitch about this or can we move on? Because what the fuck?
Exactly.
Do you want to bitch about it?
Let's bitch about it, man. Let's
let's get the ratings up. Have you got some super chats, Wyatt?
I could correct you.
No more bitching, please. No more bitching.
I could correct you all.
Now. Yeah, good. That's over and done.
I could correct you all, JS, when it comes.
No Age can tell me about all the fusion reactors that exist in Africa.
I had a question. I had a question for you guys. Good. Okay, I had a question.
Yeah.
You know, a while back, actually, in the previous.
You want a lollipop?
Yeah, okay, two previous open mics, I had asked whether the US would get heavily involved in Yemen. I had asked that, and guys were like, no, they wouldn't. and I asked whether if Yemen does something dangerous, will the US actually go ahead and get like violent with it? Now that the US has, do you think that the US will get all the way drawn in? And if it gets drawn in, don't you think that it might actually end up say what? Don't you think that it might actually end up breaking like making the war with a country like Iran possible? Do you guys see in the next 10 years a war between Iran and the US?
Well, when you say broken up, and when you say like the United States, like what did you say, Daniel? Like,
yeah, I'm simply saying. Do you guys think this? Do you guys think this war is going to escalate?
Well, how bad? Like, I guess the
I'll
question
say
is just
that
like how bad
unlikely have a
will
war
the United
directly
States
with
attack
US and Iran.
Yemen? Like, I don't know.
No. Do you guys think this is what's going to escalate in the next 5 years? Because I personally think
5
the US
years?
is going to go
Fuck,
into.
I don't know.
Let's start with Von.
Yeah, you actually, I kind of like.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about them being drawn into Yemen and Israel?
Yeah, I actually asked last time, and everybody was like, "No,
Yeah.
the US will not get
I
violent."
know.
Do you guys think they will
I
actually get?
don't think they'll go in on the ground. I think the U.S. will just keep hitting them with missiles and bombs, and just keep tapping them and try to keep them in check that way. I don't see any way they could justify going in on the ground. And even if they could, you go on the ground, that's more shit focused in there.
It won't go on the ground.
Let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me finish. You know, if we go in on the ground there, that means we're going to have all kinds of assets there. We're going to have all kinds of air defense ships there to protect the beachhead, the land, because you know they're going to shoot fucking ballistic missiles. So that just means China's got less shit in their backyard. So, I mean, I don't really think the U.S. can afford to get spread out that thin. And I don't think Yemen's a hill to die on for them because they don't really. Taiwan's a bigger concern, so I don't think they're gonna take away.
If nobody stops Yemen, don't you think they will just get bolder and just close off the fucking Suez?
Nah, you can stop Yemen. I mean, all you gotta do is just bomb them every day. I mean, why send a tank in when you can just have an F-18 bomb them? I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, we can just bomb them.
Can you not?
We're lazy. We're not gonna do that.
Can you not do this for more than 6 weeks?
Do what?
Do what they're doing at Yemen for more than 6 weeks.
Yeah, more than 6
who
weeks.
knows?
Yeah. Can we do it for more than
Who
6
knows?
years? No.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying we'll probably just keep bombing them every time they do something. They'll get thumped. I don't think we're ever going to go in on the ground.
Airstrike is sufficient for them. Putting foot on the ground.
You know, we're talking about expensive missile from the United States against the ship.
Yeah, that's where I was going with this.
Drone.
It's too expensive to keep bombing them.
Yes.
We print money. It doesn't matter how much it costs.
How much more
We're
expensive?
$33 trillion in debt. What do you think? A fucking couple 100 more missiles are going to be a big fucking deal? 200 more missiles? 1,000?
34.
I mean, really?
Not 33.
Yeah, exactly. What's another 10,000 fucking missiles?
But Iran will
Yeah,
keep
we
bombing
can.
them.
Yeah, we can. We can bomb them until we get bored with bombing them. But I'm just saying, there's no reason to go on the ground. You just bomb them.
You have to look at this. What would be the cost of not doing it? Like, from what I understand right now, the strait is, for the most part, pacified, but the insurance companies will not allow the freighters to go through because they won't insure them if they do. So they're avoiding it, not necessarily because they have the ability to take them out. It's just because they're not insured, so that they would violate their insurance policies. So you have to look
Let me
at it this
quickly mention that if traffic gets rerouted from the Suez Canal, it'll have to go around the Cape of Good Hope, which will make South Africa even more strategically important than it is now.
Yes. I don't think anyone's arguing with that. But my point is, it also adds, like, increases distance by approximately 40%. So it increases it increases the cost of the goods based, and this is also based on the price of fuel. So we can't say exactly whatever. My point is that I believe that the United States can pacify the region. It's kind of up to the insurance companies whether or not they will insure the freighters to go through the strait and take the shorter route. So that's kind of the question.
Gareth, can you please confirm me? I think the going through the Cape of Good Hope is so complicated that ships need pilots to do that. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think it was among the most
I don't.
dangerous.
I don't
Is
know.
it still
I
the
don't know
case?
specifically, but
real quick, back to the question about bomb. How long could the U.S. sustain it? Somebody in the chat.
can I just answer that question? Can I
hold
just
on,
answer
they-
that direct question quickly? I don't
Saudi
know
Arabia
specifically if you need
bombed
pilots,
Yemen
but
for
it
8
is.
years.
It is they are difficult seas because there is a confluence of currents that come down both sides of Africa. So it's rough South Atlantic waters, very stormy, very dangerous. So that may well be the case.
Imagine
really ships of that
that
size, Garrett. I mean, is that really
imagine
true?
that this is interesting because of Yemen now. Imagine that South Africa really has success in the International Court of Justice and decided to stop ships that go to Israel or they are from Israel. It would be interesting because that was the point of the Yemenites.
I don't like
of the
Israel.
Tutsis at the beginning, and this could come again. And about Von, the thing is that if the Tutsis were allowed just to block the Israeli ships or ships going to Israel, we wouldn't have any problem in the Red Sea. So I wonder if this is not created in order to create a blockage of the Red Sea that would actually make the Indians and the Chinese in trouble, to put the Chinese and the Indians
How
in
would
trouble.
that go? Like, why would they be in trouble?
Yeah, I don't follow your
They are
logic.
Because the
They're
Russian and the
products
Chinese
on
ships are actually passing very freely. Like, I hear the Houthis have no problem with the Chinese, the Russian, Indian ships. They're actually going perfectly fine.
Yes, but that's the point. Until now, they haven't yet blocked the ships, but the Houthis are becoming more erratic by the time.
Yeah,
Are
that's
they
what I
though?
was
It
saying.
seems to me that they
Not
are not.
attacking them, not attacking the Yemenis makes them bolder. Like, so you kind of have to. It's like if you don't slap them hard enough, they're gonna fuck you up. Like they're at home. Like they just need to stand at the shore and take a drone and bomb you. Like they can do this, or like they've been bombed for I don't know how long by the Saudis. Like they can do
over
this
10
forever.
years. Over 10 years.
Yeah, they can do this forever. Like
Yeah.
if they want to stop ships for the next 10 years, they can. So like, do you think that the US might have to actually just stop it for real?
Yes. I think the point here is very interesting. I'm going to speculate. And speculation is what it is speculation. So we have been hearing from the European Union that wanted to oblige the Danish to inspect all the ships coming from Russia, especially oil tankers, if the oil was being sold under the price cap. Okay, the Danish are very reluctant in doing it, but this is very interesting. Imagine that the US has all the entrance to the Black Sea, Red Sea blocked, and are inspecting if the Russian ships are selling oil to India or to China at the price cap. Could these not be realistic in terms of speculation?
They already are.
Extremely dangerous.
Alexa, who banned them?
Yo, Dean.
What the fuck, Dean?
I think Dean is the MC, like in the club, the DJ who keeps screaming in the middle of the song. Have you ever been in a club where the DJ is like everybody? Like I think that's Dean now. That's your job now. Just pop in anytime and say some random shit.
One-liners, man. When the time is right. Otherwise, I'll try to be quiet.
No. Actually, we enjoy the MCing.
Yeah. Yeah, we got the big microphone here. What does that thing look like to you?
There is another question I've got for.
They gotta look
Von.
like this.
There is another. Von, are you there?
Check 1 2.
No, he's not. Okay, someone else take my place.
Oh
no! I really just wanted to know whether there'll be war there, and because I was in another podcast and they were saying it might actually happen.
Well, I guess it
Which part?
depends on your definition of war. Like, I mean, are you saying like, will the United States put like
War is all about money.
Marines on the grounds? Like, I don't see that happening. But I mean, I really don't.
Okay.
I mean, just being an American and just having the the pulse of the American people, I don't think
we are
There
talking
is
about Yemen
there
now,
is too
right?
many there is too many lunatics in the United States, but I don't think they're willing to send their troops to die in the Middle
Yeah,
East.
not for Yemen. Like the United States
Yeah,
just
yeah.
They during the
I don't see it.
wait, Ross. During the Trump times, United States do send special forces into Yemen, but it ended up with failure, causing a few members special forces died in
Yes,
action.
but
Yeah, but when you take
it's like we talk
special
about like
operations forces,
10, 15.
they go in, they accomplish the mission, and they're extracted.
Yeah,
It's very different. So
it's
it's
different
hard.
to send like a battalion to a fucking war. There's no way.
No,
Special
I just
force.
want to I just want to qualify for the U.S. military. When the U.S. attacked Afghanistan, people are thinking about the same thing. The Taliban can hide the mountains. They defeated the Soviet Union, and in the end, the U.S. did conquer Afghanistan, and rather easily. They didn't really send a lot of forces. They sent the special forces and then the Green Berets or some Marines and whatnot. Then after that, they secure the air base. They went in. They
101
secure
airborne.
country. Yeah. So it's not that the Americans never done it before. It's just a matter of they want to do it or not now, given the political climate and whatnot. Surely, if they want to do it, they can do it. They are not the Saudis. No, Saudis are not at the same level as the US military. So the thing is, do they want to do it? And in my opinion, is that if the Americans get to choose, they will trade off Ukraine and take Yemen, because Ukraine is an unwinnable war. They could have they can actually continue their endless war in Yemen, and it's much easier to fight for them. But the problem is they invested too much in Ukraine, so that's one big problem. And politically, it's very hard to just withdraw, because it's a matter of continuing wars and keep the MIC going and continue to build arms and whatnot. So to say that it will never have war, a bit too straightforward. I think someone will break. If this Yemen thing continues, at one point someone will lose enough money to get pissed off. Egypt probably will be one of the first one, because they earn so much money from the Suez Canal. This is costing them millions and millions of dollars on a daily basis. So when people keep saying that it's not impossible, Egyptian military is a joke. Then after that, while at the same time they say that the Egyptian military will defeat the Israeli military. So there is a possibility. It's just a matter of how much money are you willing to lose before you can't take it anymore. And of course, the Americans are not losing the money. Not really. It's just a matter of do they want to if Ukraine can't really sustain anymore, and they can't really squeeze more money from that, they can go to Yemen and continue to produce a totally new form of weaponry to fight against insurgents, just like what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. They all the MRAPs was never a thing. They created MRAPs to deal with IEDs, and then they did not invest in Bradleys. So now the Bradleys sent to Ukraine to die. So yeah, they will just invent something new, and then they'll continue to run and earn the money.
Just to
MRAP is
qualify,
actually a copy from a South African vehicle.
Sorry, Gareth, go on.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that the MRAP is actually derived from a South African vehicle.
Okay, I wanted to qualify something about what Wyatt said. When I say war, I don't mean like occupy the entire country. You do what Kenya did to Somalia. You create a buffer area, like a string of land close to the beach, which you occupy. Like a tiny string of land which you occupy, so that it's a buffer. So that let's say, I don't know, 100 kilometers from the beach, you occupy that entire place.
Daniel, I think I understood what you meant by that. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, living in the United States, I don't think that the United States public has an appetite to sustain that. That's just my opinion.
But the United States public doesn't make any difference.
Wyatt, there's
your
something.
government is
Wyatt,
your
there's
government
something.
is
There's
in
something.
Burkina Faso. You guys, you had a military in Niger. You didn't know you had one. You had a military in Burkina Faso.
Right,
You
but we
didn't
would
know you
know
had
very,
one.
we would know
Like,
very quickly.
like you didn't know. Like, how? What are you gonna do about it?
Right, but the
Yeah,
difference, the difference between like Niger
You
and
go.
Yemen
You
is
go a
that,
fuck. You go a fucking military base in Botswana.
In
No one
Kenya,
knows
you
about
have
it.
one in Kenya. Do you know that? You have a military base.
well,
in
no,
They
we have,
Kenya.
still, they still
I
denying
know
that
it.
they have.
we
Do
have,
you
we have
know that you
over
have a
100
military
military
base?
bases around the world. That's not the point. And many of them are they're all defended with the U.S. troops. My point is like invading, like Yemen, for example, would be literally, there would have to be an invasion process. Yes, you understand that, right? And you would have to establish a beachhead. Yes. Then you would have to secure a supply route. Yes. And then you'd have to have, injured troops. You'd have to rotate troops back and forth because of that. So it's a little bit different. Look, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that my opinion, living in the United States right now, I don't believe the United States has an appetite for that, especially how volatile the political situation in the U.S. Look, I'm totally open to the possibility that you're
Yeah, I
right.
mean, I live in the United States also, and I totally agree with them. The public does not have an appetite for another fucking war. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter how they justify it. Nobody wants another
You know
war.
what?
People are
I
tired of
just wanna
Ukraine.
make.
They're
I
going to be
wanna
tired of
make.
Yemen.
I wanna make a point. White said United States can go just and do whatever the fuck they want because they did that 20 years ago in Iraq, Afghanistan. That was different. United States. Nowadays, no country is scared of United States. No one.
It doesn't matter.
The wave,
It doesn't matter
the
if you're scared or
wave,
not. You still get
yeah.
destroyed.
The way Vladimir Putin was received in Saudi Arabia and the other country, that says it all. These people are
Uganda
sending a
was like,
message.
fuck the
These
United
people are
States.
sending a
military.
message. Come on, go on. When you see people in Congo say, "America, fuck off,"
Uganda said fuck off the other day. Do you know
yeah,
that?
you see. Rwanda said
It's
the
not.
same.
It's
When
not.
you see
It's
these no
not.
countries say that the United States means these people are not scared, like Daniel said.
No, see what it is you're. It's not that you're afraid of the United States. You're not scared of Joe Biden. That's why you're acting up. That's why the world's acting up. Because you're not scared of Joe Biden.
Nobody
If
is
Joe
doing
that's
Biden
total
wasn't there to
bullshit.
Trump, this shit wouldn't be
agree
going on.
I
At
agree.
this
I
current
agree
moment,
with
Daniel
that.
was
That's
scared of
total
Joe Biden
bullshit.
because
I
he's
just want
worried
to lay
that
out
one
the
day
time.
they're
Total
going to be out of
bullshit.
they're
Bullshit.
going to
Can
be
I
out of
say something about Yemen? Is it possible that I can say something
I
about
just
Yemen?
want to
before we
give you
move on?
my speculations. Okay,
Go ahead, shut up.
Yo,
2024
Bratra,
is the
is that
election
a
years from the
sign of
United
what I
States.
think it is? Because
I don't
it's not
think.
what you think it is. Like that's not a sign you should be making. Like it's not coming off the way you think.
Hold on a
So
second.
what are you trying to say?
Okay,
The average guy needs
in
to speak. I just want
2024.
to say one thing to Daniel. I think that the idea that the United States wants to have an endless situation of wars. Look, I don't know how tuned in you are as to what's going on in the United
Oh, it's
States.
the bankers that want endless wars.
Just last weekend, I mean, you had all these like pro-Palestinian people literally storming the gates of the White House. Like, you can look this up on YouTube. So
I'll carry
the
on
money.
this 2024 will not be have a
love the
boots
yellow
on the
brick
ground.
okay, a average guy, I'm sorry, please speak a little bit louder.
No,
or
Dean,
I
there's
just
a
want to tell you
button.
one
Dean,
thing
there's a
for
button
this.
called mute there. Just press it and then keep it there. Like this, just
I
press
just
the
want to tell you
mute.
that in year 2024, Joe Biden could not afford boots on the ground for high intensity wars, at least for 2024, because this is his election years on it. But with missile strikes, yes, missile and Tomahawk cruise missile strike, yes, you will have, and bombing, yes, airstrike, yes, but not boots on the ground.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
guys,
an
I have
election year.
something to say about Yemen if we can fit it in. I
Because
think
once you put boots on the ground, they tend to be a human life loss. So they kind of for the military casualties. News broke out just like that. So over the sea, offshores, missile strikes, and air carrier, air bombings.
Yeah, carrier
yes,
strikes.
that will
That's what
happen.
Juan and I were saying.
Carrier strikes.
You just need one incident, man.
guys
the
playing them
Houthis
video
successfully
games
sent a
again.
cruise missile and hit a Navy destroyer or a ship and then sunk it or half sink it. Like, you know, the
Houthis claim
Tonkin
yes,
incident,
but
the
there's
Vietnam
no
War, how they started the Vietnam War.
place to
You just need
verify
an
The Gulf
excuse.
of Tonkin, is that what you're going to say, Wyatt?
The U.S. says
Gulf of
liberty.
Tonkin is
cannot-
inflicted by United
Yeah,
States.
with all due
So the
respect,
US
It
for
doesn't
US
matter.
liberty.
guys,
Come on!
hello.
There you
Give
go.
Toby some time. Give Toby some time, please.
The key is not whether they can hit or they can sink a U.S. Navy ship or not. As long as you have a U.S. Navy ship sinks for whatever reason, it can be a force attack or whatnot.
Intensify the war.
That could be the excuse to invade. You don't need the you see you don't. They can make one if they want to. So you can say that only
But
you
not
put
right
troops
now.
on the ground, then you have lose Americans' life. No, you don't have to. The ship sinks, it still lose American life, and you one time lose 100. So so that's why when I first covered the Yemen issue, I said that just pray that the Houthis fail at hitting any US ships, even though they keep saying that they want to hit the US Navy ship, they want to punish them. If they hit one, they're gonna die. The many people in Yemen is gonna die.
You mean like
US
Gonzalo Rilla? You mean like Gonzalo?
Gonzalo? I mean, not in that way. That is a very slow way to die. That's a bad way to die. They will die a faster way.
Yeah, but these people, they,
By the way, very
if they
bad
kill
joke,
one
bro.
America, if they kill one America, and
boss,
America kills 100 of them, for them they won.
Toby's been raising his finger since
it
he
doesn't
got
matter,
here
but
and
people
he's
die.
mad.
That's the
Okay,
problem.
Toby has been trying
Toby's
to
been
speak for a
raising his
long
Let
time.
somebody else fucking talk that hasn't been in here.
Yes, let's Toby speak.
Okay, so about Yemen and what that is all about. Like, there is a very good reason that America would go to war in Yemen, and it's the only reason America would go to war in Yemen, and it's a very good reason for America to go to war in Yemen, and
Not
that
for
is the
these
collapse.
Yeah, and what the fuck is it?
After the elections, not for these years.
Yeah, well, if I may
Let the
speak.
man finish.
Affirmative.
Don't let
The
him
reason
finish.
was the collapse of the Saudi regime. Now, I don't know how much you people know about Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia is a very, very shaky country and has been for its entire existence, which is not very long. There are three major ethnic groups inside Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, we all saw Lawrence of Arabia.
Can you shut up, please?
We don't need the fucking history lesson. Just get to your fucking point, man.
Yeah, well, if you
Talking
could
to us
shut
like
up,
you're a
JS, you are a
Hey,
tiresome
that's
individual. Not everybody knows much of you. Anyway,
Well,
the point
there's
is that the
separate
Saudis.
groups here, and then there's this one. And
This is a waste of my time.
Just fucking tell us your point, man. Tell us your point,
Shut the fuck up, and then he will, dude. What the fuck?
Oh,
It's really
JS,
too much today. It is really too much. Can you please stop?
Okay.
Why are you telling the guy, please?
I mean, why were we going to talk about a hypothetical situation of Saudi Arabia collapsing? That's not going to happen in the next 2 years. Who gives a
There's
fuck?
3 separate sects in Saudi Arabia, and by the way, if you let me pontificate about them,
You're
I'll
making
explain
me
it to all
smoke,
of you.
man.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
You done?
I mean, you guys all fucking neophytes, for Christ's sake.
No, one fuck off.
JS, let other people
What the
speak.
fuck is a
Okay.
neophyte? Please enlighten me. Who the fuck knows what that is?
It's a newbie.
You don't know what a neophyte is.
No, I don't.
A moron.
Oh, you're talking about yourself, dude. I didn't get that.
It's somebody who's new and inexperienced.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Okay, now.
Gareth, where are you residing right now?
I live in London.
Ah, I see.
That was
I wanted to talk a lot about South Africa, but I don't want to digress everything.
The accent says it all.
No, I wanted to talk a lot about South Africa, but I didn't want to digress everything because there's so much happening there. I'm wondering what's like.
Okay.
Yeah,
let
like
me ask a few questions to Gareth.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. During the dismemberment of Rhodesia, most of the Rhodesia military absorbed by South Africa. Is that true? I mean, the former Zimbabwe.
Say again, please.
Speak a little louder. I can't hear you.
That's not true.
No,
Namibia, yes.
During the
Were you
dissolution of
asking
Rhodesia,
if
Rhodesia,
Rhodesian?
yes, not Zimbabwe.
Were you asking if Rhodesian troops came from South Africa?
yeah,
Was that
because
the
I see
question?
the South Africa military parades. There's a veteran parades. They have a former Rhodesian militaries in the line. That is that they absorbed during the apartheid time, absorbed from the Rhodesia's military during the dissolutions of Rhodesia, become Zimbabwe today.
Well, actually, Gareth, correct me if
I
I'm
don't
wrong,
think
but
that.
Rhodesia and South Africa had a very complicated relationship because South Africa was, for the most part, the ruling party there. Once they established apartheid, they considered themselves Dutch, and the Rhodesians considered themselves what was his name, Smith? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you guys are confusing Zimbabwe with Namibia.
Zimbabwe and South Africa. So Rhodesia was
it's
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
No.
It's Namibia.
But
It's
I think
Namibia.
he's
It's
saying
not
whether the
Zimbabwe. It's
military.
Namibia.
Okay, let's hold on. So I don't believe that there were any sort of military units that came out of Rhodesia and were incorporated into the South African military, but a lot of Rhodesian quote-unquote refugees did come to South Africa, and so maybe there was some sort of arrangement there. Jace is correct that Rhodesia and South Africa didn't get on very well, and they didn't really cooperate militarily, although there was, exchange of intelligence and tactical experience and things like that.
So there was no. I mean, it's not like they hated each other, but there was no great love there, because if you looked at the history of South Africa, the way the British treated the quote unquote Boers, and we can get into the whole definition about what that meant. The British were very brutal to the Boers. If you can Google the Boer Wars, and the British were really brutal to the Boers. I think Gareth, you lived there. You probably learned this in school, right? What they did to them. So
yes.
So that's why there was when Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, started to fall. Some of the at least the Boers in South Africa, kind of felt that was. I think the English expression would be just desserts. Correct me if I'm wrong, Gareth.
No, I think that the feeling in South Africa was rather more that there was a successive wave of liberation movements traveling southward down the continent, and they would be next. Which
Hey,
were.
Gareth,
Yeah,
I have
but
a question.
they didn't really send support like that. That was the thing, because I remember the South Africans didn't send support to Zimbabwe or Rhodesia at that time. And what was interesting, what was more interesting about Rhodesia, someone's getting an echo here, but unlike South Africa, for example, Rhodesia it was less racial than it was in South Africa. It was more communist versus capitalist. For example, the Rhodesian army that was fighting against the forces that actually ended up winning were communist, and there was many blacks fighting on the side of Rhodesia.
No. What do you mean many blacks?
I didn't hear all of that. But look, it's definitely the case that the Soviet Union sponsored liberation movements, and whether you choose to see the underlying cause as the liberation movement or the communist sponsorship is sort of a matter of choice. I think that the liberation movements would have happened anyway. They may not have been so successful, but it was a hot zone in the Cold War. Also, for those interested in the topic,
you guys done? I had a question now. No, you guys can go. I had a question about the war in Israel and as it is going right now.
Oh, please.
You guys good?
No more.
Hey, I have a quick question.
Just ask, just ask away. Don't need to ask for permission.
No, I wanted to. I do want to digress from everyone. The why do you guys might think why Hezbollah is getting hit by Israel, and it's way more powerful than Hamas by a bazillion times? Why do you guys think it's not actually reacting the way everybody expected it to? Because I
They
keep
are.
wondering why they're stalling, because they're not.
Who's not
They're
reacting?
bombing teeny tiny.
The Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
What?
Hezbollah. They are doing that. They are reacting. They are
No, they're
taking
doing
out.
cross border. They're doing the same
Oh,
thing
yeah.
Hamas has been doing. I wondered whether someone might, like Wyatt, might know why these guys might be stalling so much, because everybody
okay.
expected them when they lost 100 people, they should attack.
Okay, I share my point of view, which is the same point of view when the war started. On the very first day, I reported it. I say that Hezbollah will not enter the war.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be true, because if they enter war, they just destroy their own strength, their own position, and their own turf. They now effectively control Lebanon. What's the point of attacking Israel? The entire alliance of the Triple H, right? You know, the Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis is superficial. They're just there to, you know, just cheerlead each other. They do not enter to each other's war.
But what about the attacks? What about the attacks happening in Beirut?
They don't even like each other, you know.
Hezbollah, whatever they are doing, is they are just doing the bare minimum to show that they are supporting Hamas. But you see, they will not enter Israel, because if they enter Israel, they'll trigger an Israel invasion. They will be wiped out, or at least they will be wiped out to the point where they lose all their power, and then they will help the Lebanese government to rebuild themselves, because now they have a stranglehold on Lebanon.
Lebanese,
Yeah, they have a stranglehold on Lebanon.
maybe,
Lebanon
but
politics
also
is now
remember
messed
that,
up.
It's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, I'm talking about a general terms.
Who the fuck is giving me feedback?
It's New Age, I think. Yeah, it is New Age. So
it sucks to be you, JS. You're getting feedback.
Wasn't me. I had my mic off.
I'm playing. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself.
I have the feeling, first of all, because Iran is not interested in a war. It doesn't. They have other geopolitical interests now, especially regional integration. And if they would have to support these groups because they are their sponsors, they would probably have to face a war or get in bad. On the other side, I also believe that Hezbollah. Okay.
So because another theory that I did mention as well in, I think, recent videos is that Iran may not have really endorsed these attacks, because Iran has just shake hands with Saudi Arabia. You know, they're entering BRICS. They are going back to international trade. If you want to go back to international trade, you have to make sure that international shipping laws are all followed. Because if Iran allows or supports Houthis' action, which means that one day Iranian ships can be attacked or destroyed somewhere far away from the Persian Gulf, and they can do nothing about it. That's the danger to all nations, be it even Russia, be it even China. Imagine United States suddenly say that all ships going to China or Russia can be destroyed around the Panama Canal area. It would just be chaos. It's in everyone's interest that no one attacks commercial ships, because that is just bad for business for everyone. So but Houthis is not part of the international community, which is why they are okay to do all these things. Just like Iran was previously out of the international community, which is why they sent all these rebel forces, weapons, money. They build up all these rebel forces because they are not part of the international community. They got totally pushed out of it. Now they're coming back in. To them, if Houthis just disappear, Hezbollah disappear, they are perfectly fine. It doesn't affect Iran anymore, because they know they are no longer in a strategic war with Saudi Arabia right now. They don't have to, because now they have a common enemy, United States. Because even the Saudi Arabians are feeling very distrustful of the Americans. So
I would disagree with the Saudis feel. Well, I guess you could say the ruling class does, and I said that's what I think. Someone here brought this up, is I could be dead wrong on this, because I've never actually spent any time in Saudi Arabia, but from my understanding is the Saudis have kind of a very tenuous relationship tenuous control over their own populace.
We do have a Saudi open mic speaker, like so far, but so far my understanding in Saudi Arabia is they're very normal people. They're like super normal people. They're not crazy, and they're not like super pro Palestine.
20 years.
They don't go around and parade and riot against the Israeli. They don't do that. They don't do that in Saudi Arabia. It's a bit different. Yeah, they are a little. You can call it more civilized. They are totally different from the 20 years ago. Wahhabis.
Then like the
Saudi
Americans
Arabia.
were like storming the White House or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they have Cristiano Ronaldo right now. What are you talking about, man?
Yo. Unlike the US, if the Saudis were to attack the palace, they would be dead. Like, they would not be given tear gas. They would be fucking dead. Like, they would be fucking dead. Like, this
The
is
other
not
argument.
Daniel seems happy about that. I don't know.
The
No,
other
it's like,
argument
yeah,
that I think that is important to notice as well is that Hezbollah is in a very comfortable situation now. After the almost end of the Syrian civil war, they have a very good position within the Syrian establishment now. They have a lot of influence, and they're also very quiet in Lebanon. So it's not in their interest to go, like Wade say, to go to a situation of survival now that they achieved so much. And they probably want peace after so many wars, so many years of war in Syria as well.
Everyone wants peace.
Yeah, but I don't
and
know if I
by
believe
doing
that.
nothing, but
if you look at what happened with Hezbollah when do you remember when the Israelis invaded Hezbollah? Like, they got that really huge bloody nose, and it actually strengthened the power of Hezbollah. So I think that you may be right, you may be wrong. I think that in what Hezbollah wants is they have no desire to how do I say, invade Israel. But they do, in my opinion, I could be dead wrong, this is just my analysis, I think they do want the Israelis to invade Hezbollah occupied territory.
Well, they want the best thing they can do is do nothing, and whatever the Israelis do makes the Israelis the bad guy. That's the whole point of everybody in the game now. Is to
Yeah,
let
it's all
the
part of
Israelis.
greater
I agree
Israel
with
project.
that. If you see,
That's the entire
20
strategy of
years
the
ago,
Triple H.
They just
20
want
years
to
ago,
conquer everything.
20 years
Dean,
ago,
what did you say about the
United States were
mutant?
the good guys.
That's the thing.
Israelis bad guy.
20 years
Dean?
ago, United States were the good guys. But these days, everyone got access to the internet,
But you see,
and they can
you see,
see,
like,
United
they
States
can
have
see
never
what's
been the
going
good
on
guys.
around the world.
when they bombed Beirut, when Lebanon just bombed Beirut, the French got really pissed and made an announcement, which was not very sympathetic to Israel. And Israel should have noticed, if they lose France as an ally, they will have some problems as well. So the thing is that any of these groups, the best thing they can do is do nothing, let the Israelis abuse, make a bad figure of themselves, and in the public opinion appear as the bad guy, and they win. And Israel has been getting in the trap. The trap is perfect, and the Israelis have been getting caught in this trap. Yes, sorry. Wait.
Israel's never been concerned about public opinion. I mean, they've shown that again and again and again.
But that is correct, because if you look at all the Triple H, the Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, they all operate on the same strategy. They violently take over a certain place first. They wait for long enough that people forget about it. They are the violent guys. Then they hold there. Then they make trouble. Then after they make trouble, someone have to attack them. Then when they're being attacked, they'll say, "Oh, you see, they attack us. We are the innocent people. All these aggressive Westerners." That's exactly what happened to Hamas. That's exactly what happened in Lebanon, Hezbollah. Now exactly for the Houthis, oh, they are attacking Yemen, but Yemen is like not even, they don't even control the whole of Yemen, but they once they got bombs, like, oh, they attacked Yemen, the freaking US Americans.
Well, I don't know if that's completely accurate, because the fucking Saudis have been bombing the shit out of Yemen for fucking a decade. So I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. No, because people forgot about it already. No, they are now the freedom fighters. They know the champions.
By the way, Saudi Arabia lost that war. Saudi Arabia lost that war.
Well, how do you, let me ask you this, Wyatt, this just to you. How do you think it's, I mean, it looks like that the Israelis, and I could be wrong on this because they're it's hard to get, well, you probably know this better than me, video of what's coming out of Gaza. But it seems to me that the Israelis have gone like full on scorched earth in Gaza.
Yeah, because that's the only way you can fight with this kind of forces. There's no way. There's no other way Israel can fight this war. If you look at some of the places, they have the tunnel system. It's inside someone's home, someone's children's room. It's inside the mosque. It could be under the hospital. It could be anywhere. How are you going to dig out all these tunnels? Even when the initial push, when they go through all the rural areas,
they have one in Brooklyn, for Christ's sake. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, exactly. No, all these people coming from
those guys with the funny hats.
No, the thing is, even the Israeli in their initial push, where they take their first, something like beachhead, where they build their 4 operating bases, they still get attacked from behind. You see, so and there's open space. There's not even the buildings yet. So which is why they have no choice. If they really want to militarily win this war, they have to do scorched earth. But I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. This just militarily they have.
No, I get it. Yeah, I know. You're not making a judgment call. You're just saying.
So you're saying they are right.
No, they are left.
No, he's not saying they're right. He's saying
if they know wrong.
No, he's saying it's the reality of the conflict. Like if you want to win or you want to lose, this is what you'd have to do. I mean, but the same thing, like what is correct militarily might not be correct politically or strategically. So I just wonder if there'll be any blowback on the Israelis for conducting the war this way, especially if it goes into many months.
I think we should change the subject and talk about what's going on in Europe right now.
Wyatt wanted to do closing at 4 hours, so why don't we do closing?
Yeah. If we are not going to continue more, then we will do closing. I just want to, before we start the closing, I just want to comment. Just now, Daniel Quino was saying that appetite is a good thing.
What? No,
he didn't say that.
Yes, he said. He said that because they didn't clear the trash into the backyard. Now no one clear the trash in the backyard, so you look like shit now. No.
Oh shit! No. Let me correct that. What the fuck?
No, that wasn't what that meant.
He's so fucked up, man.
Yo, do not get me lynched, man. I still need to be alive tomorrow.
Did he win the lottery?
Clarify this shit. Okay, number one. Yo, you need number one. I am 100% for Malema. He's actually my second Putin. I just did. Number two, I meant like in the old apartheid days, the white, everybody knew like the white population predominantly saw black people as trash. Like it's just a fact. Like they wished they were not there, despite the fact that they're the ones who came. So that's what I meant.
I find Halle Berry is a very sexy girl.
A certain group of people made you
Halle
feel
Berry
that way.
So what?
You were programmed to feel that way, even though
no. They actually genuinely thought that. Like I remember, what's his name? Botha or something. Even Rhodes. Yeah. Rhodes. I remember him saying something like, in his life he does not see whether in 100 years there would ever be an African ruling South Africa because they do not have the capacity to rule. Or something like that. Like they genuinely.
Well, wasn't he right though? I mean, look at what the fuck Africa.
No.
Look at what.
Can I just say that one of the
you're
things
in
that
the
changed
US.
was the.
Like, you shouldn't be talking right now. You have a president that can't even fucking talk. Like what the?
You know, I had a Let's Go
Couldn't really
Brandon
be talking
sign on my
right now.
front lawn for a while. Oh,
Yeah.
I just thought it's funny because just now when he was talking about because now no one clear the trash and put it in the backyard, so now everything is messy. I was like, are you supporting the apartheid? That's just what I think. It's like, so you think that apartheid is nice? It's good because now before that everybody just see the beautiful things. So it's like, okay.
I just personally believe that Mandela was not the good thing that it's Mandela was not the freedom for South Africa that it was.
Nah,
there
was no
hanging out in
Daniel.
He just created a soft landing for them. Like he created a soft landing for the apartheid the white population. He created a softer landing compared to a fucking genocide.
Daniel, let me stop you. Daniel, let me stop you there. Soviet Union was a big part to the end of the apartheid.
Yeah.
When Mandela got into the power, there was no Soviet Union, and Russia was too weak to get involved in other countries' business because that part of Africa, every country of that part of Africa had help from Soviet Union. And without Soviet Union, Mandela would do nothing. Because if you see, the era of Nelson Mandela was Fidel Castro and whatever was he leader in Soviet Union.
But personally, I believe that Mandela, however you might praise him, I do not think he was there. I don't think it's the black people who
when he got freed,
I think
Daniel, when he got freed, he's just like, I'm gonna do my business. My business become president of South Africa. That's it.
I do my business in the morning.
What I'm saying is that
I love to watch Africans fight amongst themselves. It's like my favorite sport.
Jay, shut the fuck up. Like, one thing I was trying to say is that
the fuck, man, I have my own preferences.
Fuck up, man. Like what I was trying to say is, like, for me, I think Mandela was placed there primarily to prevent a fucking genocide. Because if Steve Biko was alive and he actually became the president, because he would have become the president, that was a guaranteed. He would have actually went all the way through, like, he would have been all Mugabe on that place. Like, everybody knows that. And because the whites were scared, they had to look for a safer option. That's my
anyway.
I'd like to say that. Can I just jump in?
They should have just like fought against the blacks, man, and just taken them out.
Gareth?
No, fuck off. I wanted to say, first of all, that one of the things that changed after apartheid was the end of the Group Areas Act, which had previously determined where people could live by color. So, yes, all the white cities and towns were pristine. All the poor people had effectively been booted away. It was lovely. It wasn't real. It was an illusion. As for the idea of a soft landing, yes, that's definitely the case. But I mean, that was exactly the discussion that was going on. I mean, remember that South Africa, when it was still a white-only state, had a referendum on whether or not to follow through on the peace process. And so there were sweeteners offered to the whites, basically a promise that they wouldn't all be massacred and driven into the sea, right? Which made it a lot easier to accept that a peace proposal and an end to hostilities. And the South African border war had been going on for 26 years. Everybody wanted it to be over, basically. That's all, I'm done.
Yeah, but they didn't want it to end the way they want it to end that way. And most South Africans, if they had realized like what it turned into, I mean, because you go to South Africa now, they can't even keep the lights on for fucking 24 hours in a row. And Gareth, you fled.
Yes,
to
that's
Europe.
that.
So no, and it's true. They can't. It's like so fucking corrupt, that country right now. Let me fucking finish. It's so fucking corrupt right now.
It's you exporting the corruption. It's you Yanks exporting the corruption. You scumbag. Fuck off.
You scumbags. Fuck.
Stop blaming us for your fucked up country. Y'all motherfuckers live there.
Get the fuck out of here with that.
You know them well. You know them well. That's what your country do.
Yeah, I know.
All
We
right.
export shit all over the world, and you damn well know we do it. So you should prepare for it and fucking fight it, and stop crying that we did it and fight us. Defend
Exactly.
yourself
Right?
from
When
the
you
faggotry.
embrace
I
it, you're a
keep
You know
saying,
we're
I keep
faggots.
saying that. I
sexual
You
keep,
know we're a bunch
I
of
keep
faggots
saying.
coming. You know
look,
what the
Gareth,
fuck we
you're
are.
transsexual. You
Prepare.
embrace
But you guys can't
transsexuality,
fight.
and you
The only thing you
bitch.
can do is bomb people from
Bitch
I,
about
15,000 feet.
homo shit.
We're waiting.
I
We're
keep
waiting
saying,
for
Yeah.
I keep
Putin.
saying, I keep
Yo,
saying that when you see United knock on your door, when you see
Vaughn,
United knock
we're
on
waiting for
Hey.
Putin and Xi Jinping to finish what they're doing, and then they tell us to fucking fight you, and we
No,
will.
exactly. No, but I mean, you look at South Africa right now.
Yeah.
It's a fucking shithole. I mean, that country
Okay.
is literally a
Okay.
shithole. I mean, you go to
Okay.
South Africa, like you go to South Africa back in 1980, it was paradise. And you look at South Africa now, it is a
For
fucking
whites. For
shithole.
whites.
They couldn't
It's
For
get
still,
whites.
it's still, yeah,
For
for
the
white
Yeah,
people,
you didn't go
majority
to
of
the
the
backyard.
population,
it's
it was
still
hell.
better than
You can
Philadelphia.
talk to the
Still better than
blacks in South
Philadelphia.
Africa now, and they will say, older blacks, and they'll say to you, and you know this is
Yes.
fucking true, motherfucker. They'll say to
Yes.
you,
Yes.
things were
Yes.
better when the whites were in charge.
Yes. Because you
think-
didn't go
No,
to the
that's
backyard.
bullshit.
You need to go to the backyard to take a look.
There is a easy discourse here that really someone that didn't know. It's easy to make this kind of explanations.
Yeah, because it's
He
fucking
muted himself.
Jay's is giving us an excellent example of arrogant American ignorance.
American, fuck
actually,
you,
we're
American ignorance. This fucking elitist liberal fucking faggotry that you call
Yo,
American,
I thought we say
American
no
ignorance.
bitching.
This is
Yo,
just
we
no,
say no
you
bitching.
don't know
This
reality.
is
You're
how
a
this
to
shit is
accept it.
taken.
And there's a
What the
people
fuck?
like
This way
yourself.
of
Jay
communication
has-
is not
You talk
intelligent
about
at
South
all.
Africa, but you fled it.
Especially
fled it like a
because
cow.
You can dish it out, but you can't take it, mate.
Oh, I can take it. I can take it.
Wait.
Okay,
You
it's
closing
time to
first,
do
then you
fucking closing. Closing time.
In the ass.
wait. You all can argue later. You go to the voice chat to argue. So we do
Yes.
closing first.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
So we start with Vaughn.
Now, hold on a second, Wyatt. Make sure that the fudge packer gets his email.
I already emailed them.
Okay.
I already
good.
emailed
All
them.
right,
They
all right. Let's
should
take
have
it to the
link join.
VC. Take it to the fucking VC. Everybody knows that's where the real good shit is anyway. That's why you should all come on the open mic. Like, subscribe, and share every fucking week on the DPA. If you want to get in on the real action in the back, behind the scenes,
It's real spicy.
backdoor action. If you want some backdoor action, come on the open mic. Get in the middle of this fucking
Yo,
fight
Vaughn,
on
don't
the
use the word
YouTube.
back action. Like it doesn't come out the
I'm
way
doing my closing, bro. I'm doing my closing, man.
Oh man.
Yell at me talk to me in the VC in a minute. All right. Anyway, watch Kupiansk. Robotny is going to get pushed out here soon. That's going to keep happening. Let's see what happens along the Zaporizhzhia line. Keep your eyes out for M1 tanks, maybe around Kupiansk or somewhere around Kharkiv. Obviously, when they show up, that'll be the end of the Russian offensive. And the M1s will probably be in Moscow after that. But anyway, I would expect the Russians to continue massive amounts of pressure everywhere, maybe feints. Maybe they'll do something up north just to fuck with the Ukrainians and make more troops go somewhere they don't need to be. But come on the open mic. We'll talk about Ukraine sometimes and a lot of other stuff sometimes. I always enjoy it. I love meeting all the people on here and hanging out and talking, even if it gets rowdy. Y'all motherfuckers are cool. I'll see you in the voice chat.
All right, peace out. Daniel, closing statements. Daniel, your turn.
Yeah.
Closing.
Okay. First of all, Wyatt, we really need that slap the shit out of someone thing. Like we need that, and we definitely need that shit. And closing. I didn't have one of my questions didn't get through, so I'll ask it later. And like and subscribe and tell us whether we should actually fuck with JS more. Give us insult JS in the comments, please, for me. Yeah,
please,
guys should really
JS
insult
in
the
the
guy on the comments for me. I can't think of more.
In a super chat.
So please insult
JS
the
is
guy.
closing. It's closing. JS is closing.
Yeah, I'm closing and I'm asking them to
He's
insult.
gonna hang himself.
And yeah, it's been real. Like and subscribe, and it's
Not
been
the ceiling
real.
fan. It won't hold you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, so disrupted the closing. Closing statement. Nobody makes
No,
only
the
1%
average
can talk.
guy next time. Yeah, closing statement. The average guy.
Average dude.
Oh, okay. Just want to say that the year 2024 have a few incidents coming out. Okay. Now, the long war for the Ukraine and Russia's, and can assess that Russia's getting upper hand in this winter time. They're slowly grinding up all this fighting capability of the Ukrainian forces. So eventually we put on a halt. I predict in this about June on that will force the Ukrainian side into negotiation table to have a truce. And it happens. It also the Houthis and the Red Sea areas also dragging on the United States, and the United States military will be spread thin, and it could be a very good advantage for the China to assert more economic sanctions or other military means to isolate Taiwan, because since Taiwan's DPP party just won a president over there, so China will have to intensify the sanction, maybe probably end up the strict agreements between the Taiwan and China over there. So that could further down the deteriorate the Taiwan's economy, since that the chip manufacturing foundry is being gradually been shipped up to back to United States. So, and other sides of the world that North Korea have some escalations going up, but they're just trying to fire more missiles or getting more military equipment from Russia's just to amp up their tensions over there, to give the pressure to the United States back on the negotiation table, leave out some sanctions. Other than that, the I think that's my things to add on right now. So this 2024, watch out for this area in Middle East, and in especially also Far East, like in China and North Korea there. Pretty interesting. But I think that Ukraine there will be will gradually wind down, because there's no more appetite to continue this war going on.
You forgot one thing.
Hold on, we're doing closing.
You forgot to say Slav Ukraine.
We're doing.
You forgot to say Slav Ukraine.
We're doing closing.
I only love Ukrainians, Slavic girls. I only Slav Ukrainian girls.
So, no. Garrett, your closing, please.
I have no love for Ukrainian men. That's all.
Garrett,
Okay.
your turn. Closing.
Sure. I just want to thank you for having me. It's been interesting, especially because this isn't chock-a-block with American opinions. It's been a nice variety of inputs. And I would say that I'm not going to express any opinions about the ongoing wars, but I do think that there's a good possibility of civil disruption in the United States in the near future. I think it's looking very unstable. So that's a thought to chew on. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Gareth.
Frada?
So thank you. Today we have two moderators. That's so great. So the interesting thing about what we just saw last week, first of all, was the interpretation of sorry guys, I just got. Well, South Africa went to International Court of Justice and trying to have a case against Israel. I think this is a very interesting situation. Israel already start changing some of their ways. The US and many other of its allies are getting scared, because the worst thing they could do is like someone helping a genocidal intent country to and this is a very interesting situation, which we might see in the next weeks changing depending how many countries go into the support of one side to another. On the other side, we have the Houthis situation, where I think that things are escalating to the point, artificially escalating to the point that we might have the Red Sea almost and transitable. And then I would hope India and China to make a kind of ultimatum to the US-led forces. I hope it doesn't go so long, that this is just an experiment to see how much the Chinese and the Indians are willing to accept losses. Other things. It's a pity that today there was some kind of disturbance on the open mic. Normally, it's a really great place to come. Today was a bit hard, and I think disrespect to other speakers is really unacceptable. Especially, I think what was done to Toby is unacceptable and is a disgrace. And I have to talk that. And I hope that it doesn't happen again. I think everybody here has shown, the ones that we know, Gareth is the first time he came, have shown a great deal of knowledge and capacity to intervene and say interesting things and do good bring big good points to the discussion. And being treated the way they were today with racism and all those stuff, I think it was a bit too much. And some people owe an excuse, especially to Toby, but also to other speakers of what happened today. But probably when things sober up, will be a better moment. Otherwise, the open chat is an amazing place to come and have good discussions. And we normally have really amazing discussions, and we can learn a lot and open our horizons, not close it like today some people try to do. And I hope this will keep being the rule like it has been for 61 episodes, I believe. Yes.
Dean, closing
He's
statement.
sleeping.
All right, partner. Keep
I
on
fucking
rolling.
love Dean. Okay, I fucking love Dean.
No, ready? I had one. Okay, ready? Here we go. We're gonna bring somebody in over on the side. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Wolfman Jack. We just want to say thank you to Defense Politics for supporting this live broadcast right here. And remember, both sides of the war, there's always one person that profits from both sides losing. Because both sides always lose. Nobody really wins. But except for the 1%. Always remember that, folks. And thank you for coming in. How was that? Did I do okay?
I love Dean.
You know, one time I tried.
That was good, Dean.
I called in. I think it was a Howard Stern show once, and they kept cutting me off because I was mimicking the guy that was on there, the way he talked and stuff.
But actually, just a quick aside. Do you remember Wolfman Jack?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I'm 61 years old.
Oh, okay. Props.
My father was into music and shit, so.
Okay, all right, and now it's closing time. No,
Can you sing for us?
New age. Closing statements. Please.
Yeah. No, it's JS turn, man. JS turn.
I don't know. I saved my turn for last. I'm sorry, Wyatt.
You want to be the last? All right, then okay. Voss, you can go first, man.
Okay, if you want me to go first, there you go. Let's do some dancing. You know, it's good to be on open mic again. A bit late. Thank God I don't have to go to work tomorrow or this morning, wherever. Yes. One thing people need to understand, you know, people need to stop looking at Africa like just some fucked up place. You know, every time they want to talk about a new virus or wherever, always come from Africa and always from the same place, always in Congo. This shit never happened like anywhere else, always in east of Africa, that part from Congo that is in the east. Cholera, malaria, always. Why? So they can send more people to make the country even shitter. People need to stop doing that thing. The only thing they're doing there is just to steal wherever the fuck is there, because no one even know how much that country is rich. There's a lot of things that I mean a lot, and no one even knows. No one even knows how much is there. That's why they're not even allowed to buy weapons and stuff to defend themselves, you know. Every time it's like Rwanda just go there, do some shit. Rwanda go there, do some shit. Angola, Shame for that. They start all that bullshit. Yes, it's wrong. The other thing about Ukraine, please stop that bullshit. It's time to call for help. Start talking peace. Otherwise, everyone in the country is gonna disappear, and looks like it because I've seen a lot of women join the army. That's not a good thing. That country is big. It's the biggest country in Europe, and the population is disappearing. You know how hard it is to reproduce people without men. Imagine without women, how hard it's gonna be to get that country populated again. Yes, and the other thing is, don't forget to share and subscribe to DPA. And if you want to see a fat black man eating cake, please subscribe to my OnlyFans. The link is in my bio. The link is in my bio. Okay, I'm done.
I did not see that one coming. What?
New age, please.
Hi,
No
Waka.
OnlyFans plugs.
Hello.
New age, please.
Waka, we are
give
doing
your-
closing now, actually. So
It's okay. It's okay. I'm listening. Yeah.
yeah, because we are like 4.5 hours in now.
Yeah.
So new age.
All right. Well, this is a speech, guys. You ready for it?
Always.
All right, let me
always.
go to it. Okay.
Oh man.
From I guess you could say from the east of Slav, Russia, right, going to the West Caucasus Mountain, the U.S., from the Sahara Desert of the west of Africa, all the way to the brush forest of the central and the east. There will always be, I would say, a determination to win new strength with a new era or a new age approaching. So when I see all these matters of war touching on the fact of Ukraine now putting women in military, I can only imagine of the same thing that happened later on with every military that falls apart, where women take the strong lead to make their own policy until it vanish into darkness. With Russia and Ukraine going as far as we could speak with Israel and as well with the Houthis, I can only imagine that in the near future, there'll be a major political change in terms of land, borders, and structures. And unfortunately, many people will pass away. And this is bound to happen. Like DPA said, it's war and people die. And that's just the case of it. This is a great platform. I call it the voice of the void, because people like us really don't go on the news, BBC, all this major media to really speak out on our own topics or voice and share our different multicultural platforms, which DPA has given us a chance to, have a voice somewhere to speak or congregate, in the midst of war or in the midst of changing geopolitics in the world. But my final notice on that is really that I hope that the Taiwan war don't happen, because if it does, I could see that creating a new wave of many wars across the country. I hope that the U.S., like DPSA, doesn't take the chicken game of the Houthis, and I also pray that Iran doesn't get involved in another war, because that would mean disaster for the Middle East and more problem for Russia and China with their Belt Road Initiative. So as to say to the DPA, that's all I had to say.
Wakar, sorry that you
Waka
joined
is
us.
here to just give the closing.
Yeah, Wakar, you've sorry you joined in late, but we're about to close up. So if
Come
you have
next
any,
time. I have so many questions about Pakistan also.
Yeah.
If you just want to, we didn't have time to get into that, but we're wrapping up because Wyatt's got to close it up. So if you any, I don't know, statements you just want to say, like in closing, without responses.
Yeah, he's closing. He knows why he's closing.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Last time I gave some of the scenarios, but I think I understand, because I was following, and then it was very cold early morning in Pakistan. Islamabad, and that's why I'm wearing a jacket. So I had some other things to catch up. Now, basically, I did talk of scenarios, but just a quick summary on the topic because I followed some of it. And also, friends from Africa, it's very nice to because I've spent some time in Zimbabwe, about 4 years, so I'm half African in that sense. So I tried to understand the culture and the people, especially Southern Africa, are great people. Now, I feel that had US, after Cold War, stayed as a benign power like China, I think they could have extended their so-called hegemony or control till 2050. But I think by interventions, especially in Eastern Europe, they disturbed the equation in Eastern Europe through Ukraine war, which I still feel was a proxy war and got half of Ukraine destroyed. It accelerated, I think it's, I would say, loss of control or downfall, because people are talking of rise of the rest. Books were written in late 90s and early 21st century. Then there were books like, End of History from Fukuyama describing probably modern democracy is going to prevail and everything will be hunky dory. So I think that didn't happen. And then came, I think, the Middle East. So unfortunately, I don't know who's advising them, but the way they are going, I was listening to John Shamar, I think day before yesterday, and he's a big strategist, and he said that we don't want it, but somehow Middle East is going to have a war, and he was also predicting a war in Indo-Pacific, especially across the Taiwan Strait. And how can Chinese avoid it? Because now with new elections, I think again we have a hardliner president who's going to then contest. There was expectation that there'll be integration without war. So what I feel is that US has accelerated this process of loss of control, and thing that could have happened by 2050, maybe you'll be seeing it in, I would say, next decade. But I feel that 2024, we already had a bad start, and we are looking into proliferation of more wars, and somehow there are some, neocons in US, like George Bush said that you blow up things and let's see what happens. Well, this is no strategy that you think that you can control it, and probably that's the strategy they are adopting. But global South, I think, is now understanding. Especially, I'm very, encouraged by what is coming from Africa. A lot of unity being displayed, and they want to throw the yoke of colonization or neo-colonialism. So I think Africa is going to be a major player in the coming days, provided there is no war shoved into Africa, because they're trying to divide it on different lines. So this is my short little summary that 2024 is not going to be very comfortable.
Thank you, Waka. So JS, the final.
Hey, can we start with the super chat about JS?
Okay.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Can I just give me a few moments? I'd just like to say that. By the way, Wakar, I'm glad that you hopped in here, and I miss you in the voice chat, and I hope you come back and join us again, because I really appreciated your insights, both in text and speech. To all those people that found my comments offensive, I hope you realize that you have to realize that how do I say this, Wyatt, without getting your channel banned?
We know you're an idiot. We know you're an idiot.
No. My point is like, if you join me in the VC, I am not a monster, and believe it or not, my theories are actually well thought out. And if you disagree with them, you can challenge me on them, and I will defend them in the VC. And but in closing, I would like to say thank you, Wyatt, for having me on, because I haven't been on really much in a long time, and I do really appreciate what you're doing, because you are letting just the average person comment on what's going on, and it does affect us all. And
yes.
And as much as like, we make jokes and stuff like that, but what's going on in the war, both in Ukraine and in Gaza, people are dying by the thousands, and it is a tragedy. And that is a bad thing. And I think that's one thing that, as much as we disagree on, that's one thing that we can all agree on, that it is bad. So
yes,
I'll just end on that. So thank you.
Thank you, JS.
And by the way, JS is a good person on both sides, on both sides. We talk about anything, everything, and you can be whatever the fuck you want, even a microwave. He's a good guy, Maybe tonight is just one of these days.
Why are we saying nice things about him? I don't want to say nice things about him.
Bro, he's like the microwave
We're
of
not
this
saying nice
generation.
things about this guy. No, like whoa.
I know what
He's
you
well
mean.
known,
That's
that's
what
why
you mean.
everyone want to protect
Like,
him.
what the fuck?
Wrap him with cotton wool. And
I live in I live in UK. I live in UK.
No.
JS
Yo.
is nothing. Trust me.
No. Was we say bad shit about him? We can say nice things tomorrow, but not today. Not.
That's fine. I'm a terrible person today. Wyatt, wrap it up. Give your closing thing and everything.
My closing.
If I just wanted to provoke a little bit, Wakar, from these three big conflicts we are watching, at least more mediatized, which one do you think is the worst? What could bring more troubles? Because
the two are already happening, but I feel in case Taiwan China erupts, that's going to be really devastating. People are talking of even use of nuclear weapons, and I'm not only confused on who's driving the West leadership. Can't they seen this common sense thing that they have to stop? And I suggested that they should actually pull back and regroup, because there are so many challenges like demographics we discussed. It's a lifetime challenge, and then
Wakar?
if you start destabilizing,
Wakar, can you join the
Not
Telegram
that
group? I have
worse
so
at
many
the
questions
moment.
about Pakistan, if you can.
I thought we were done.
Yeah, I can do it, but the only thing is my schedule is very tight. That's the reason. But whenever
China
I find time,
we use
I
military
will.
option as a last resort.
I'm in the Telegram, and they have items.
I have so many questions, and you came a bit too late.
Yeah, we will.
There is a way next
in
time.
terms of
Don't
China
worry.
versus Taiwan,
yeah.
military
And by
is
the
their
way,
last
people who
options.
haven't,
Everything
you
is
can
will affect
private chat your email.
So for the viewers who do not know what the hell they are talking about, there, so all the open mic speakers get exclusive access to a group chat in Telegram that's only for the open mic speakers. So when they talk about VC or voice chat, they are talking about the voice chat within that group. They actually talk in voice and whatnot. And almost 24/7, there's someone there talking. It's a bit crazy.
Basically, you need to
Wyatt,
join us.
can I just clarify
Join
something?
the open mic.
Okay, can I just clarify something? Vaughn called it backdoor action. No, it's not that. It's not what it sounds like. Is this
No, it's not that. No.
Yeah.
Wait,
you
can voice chat on Telegram, or is it just type?
Is this a Telegram group? Don't get it.
I think I emailed you as well, so
I'm not in the
you haven't joined yet.
Shit.
Yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth to join.
Yeah.
You'll waste all your time inside.
Plus, you get to see me eating cake naked there.
No.
Not interesting.
Hey, better bring in a
I
Slavic
thought I just
Ukrainian
cleaned
girl
the
with
stuff
you.
up and then Voss has to fuck it
It's
up.
funny that you
Like,
said
I just
that.
cleaned the thing.
Take care.
Okay, enough. You will never end. We're gonna reach 5 hours. Okay, bye everybody.
Good night.
Boss,
See you
you
guys
got
next
nice
week.
shirts. I like it.
Thank
See
you.
you guys
Thank
next
you.
week.
Thank
I
you.
will try
Bye.
to predict
And we're
the
all
time
gone.
as early as I can. Bye guys. So that's it. This is the DPA Open Mic 61, the falling empire of United States, which we talk a lot more about Africa. So and actually a decent part about America as well. So so it's a good one. I learned a lot about South Africa and stuff. So that and the Congo. So that's nice. So I don't know a lot about Africa. So if anything I talk about Africa is because I went to do a lot of research and read about it. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for participating in the chat and discuss because DP Open Mic is not just the people talking on the screen, but it's also on the live chat, discussing and debating, because two different conversations are going on at the same time, or at least two all the time. So this for those that are new, welcome to the DPA Open Mic. You'll get used to it. Things are very chaotic, for newcomers, and you're listening to people who are like nobodies. You do not know who are they. They're just fellow viewers of the DPA community, and they come in and talk. And and many of them are regulars. So over time, you start to recognize them, and they start to become mini celebrities of sort, and you really know them very well over time. So do share and do like, do promote. It's very hard to share. I think it's hard to share the stream, and because it's very intimidating, 4 or 5 hours of video, but spread the good words of DPA Open Mic. We help to grow the community. It will go somewhere. And if one day we have enough subscribers, enough views on a weekly basis, we can become quite powerful. We will have the influence to influence dialogues and narrative and communications. Just like some of these biggest podcasts out there, like Teamcast IRL or the Duran. They have an impact on the global or the local society. It helped to push narrative, towards a certain direction that probably make more sense. It helps, and with the democratization of Twitter, we can see this even more stuck. The conversations, important conversations start to really flow, and so it's important. And I think this is a very different platform as compared to maybe X Spaces, Twitter Spaces. So we see our faces, we recognize people, and people own what they say. Not like people who don't show faces, they say whatever they want. Under the alias, they can be irresponsible. So here we encourage responsible speech, responsible actions, and also encourage thinking about the things that is surrounding us. There are a lot of propaganda. There's a lot of people who are trying to manipulate one another. So let's break it all down. We try to think and do better, and vote better, select better, and perhaps some of these people who come on stream may one day run for office in their respective country to try to change things for the better. So anyway, thank you guys for watching. Do press the like button. Have a great week ahead. It's Monday, almost noon time for me now. So I'll see you guys in the next Saturday. Hopefully, let me check my schedules. Hopefully Saturday, because my schedule is messed up over the weekend, so I have to do on a Sunday. So yeah, see you guys in the next update, and I'm going to drop the outro. Bye guys.